Good evening. I'd like to call to order the virtual Lakewood City Council meeting in Lakewood, Colorado on July 27th, 2020. And I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Paul?
Here.
Able?
Here.
Vincent?
Here.
Gutwein?
Here.
Bieda?
Here.
Skilling?
Here.
Springsteen?
Here.
Franks? Franks?
She's here. Thumbs up.
Johnson?
I'm here.
LeBeer?
Here.
Harrison?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Fantastic. Well, I'd like to welcome everybody and thank you for tuning in this evening, or if you're going to watch at a later date. There'll be a couple opportunities tonight for comment. Of course, we have our regular public comment, which is intended for anything that is not on the agenda. And there are no resolutions on the consent agenda, so those two ordinances will just receive posting, so no comment there. And then there'll be another opportunity for public comment on proposed items 9 and 10, as well as second reading ordinances. So now I would ask that you please give me a second here, and we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and we're going to have a moment of silent prayer, and I'd like to honor civil rights leader and Representative John Lewis, who passed away recently at 80 years old of pancreatic cancer, which he called one of the many fights in his life. And many of those battles were for freedom and equality. He led sit-ins at segregated lunch counters in the Jim Crow era South, spoke at the 1963 March on Washington, and marched for voting rights on the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama, where he and other peaceful protesters were brutally beaten by state troopers. Lewis went on to represent the Atlanta area in the U.S. House of Representatives for more than 3 decades. So I'd like to honor him as we go into a moment of silent prayer after our pledge. Thank you. Do we have a flag? Sometimes we do. We don't tonight. If you please join me in the pledge, please. There we go. Pledge allegiance to the flag of
the United States of America,
to the republic for nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For all.
All right, thank you very much. So first up on the agenda, we have regular public comment. Again, this is your opportunity to speak on anything that is not on the agenda. That phone number is 1-346-248-7799. Your web ID is 932-2383-4664. Press pound after entering the webinar ID, then press pound once more to join the meeting. When you want to speak, depending upon which opportunity you're looking to speak on, you'll press *9. Again, phone 346-248-7799, web ID 932-2383-4664. Press pound after entering the webinar ID, then press pound once more to join the meeting. And if you'd like to speak, press 9. So again, this is general public comment. This is your opportunity to address the City Council on items that did not appear on the agenda. I ask that all persons observe the decorum of City Council chambers, which were a little bit different. And again, press pound once you're in and once more to join, and *9. Madam Clerk, general public comment.
Caller ending in 0597.
Good evening, 0597. If you give us your name and address reward, please, I will start your 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, this is Penelope Courier. I think I'm addressing something that's actually on the agenda, so I may not be at the right time in this.
What are you looking to address?
I'm addressing the small cell ordinance.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that. Yeah, we will come back if you want to stay in the
Okay.
queue. Yep. I
Sure.
appreciate it. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, fine.
All right, Madam Clerk, next.
We do not have anybody else in the queue that has raised their hand, Mayor.
Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and wait one more second here. If anybody else would like to have general public comment for anything that is not on the agenda, please press *9. All right, anybody else? All right, I will close general public comment. Ms. Hodson, do you have an executive report this evening?
I have a very abbreviated executive report. As I'm just getting back in town, just wanted to mention 3 quick things. The department heads and the department staff have been working diligently on creating a sustainable budget strategy that you'll be seeing next month. So I just wanted you to know that. And so that we aren't coming back every year with potential cuts and having to make drastic changes, we're really looking at this from a long-term perspective. So that's in the next couple of weeks. That'll be coming to City Council, and it will also have a special session with the Budget and Audit Board. Secondarily, we're keeping as current as we can with the COVID-19 cases in Jefferson County. So just know that we're doing everything we can to stay current with all the changing environment thereof. And finally, we're gradually reopening our community resources facilities as we can in accordance with the most recent public health order. So please stay tuned to our website. And we're excited for our citizens to get to enjoy the facilities once again. So that's very quick. And thank you for that. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Hodson. So before we go to the consent agenda, as we've been doing since March, we have a motion to extend emergency declaration. And so in a minute, I'd like to have that read in, and also just would like to roadmap out that under resolutions item 9, which is authorizing allocations for 533 Van Gordon, there's been a council member who has expressed their wish to have a discussion about extending that or moving that down the road a little bit for more conversation. And then item 10, which was a request for council action that's been part of kind of our packets pre-COVID, and then COVID was kind of kicked, and it's Councilor Bieda's proposal. That is going to be pulled and moved to the study session next week, and I've discussed that with Councilor Bieda. We were anxious to get it in the packet, but it got in the packet without the 10 days as a formal resolution rather than as a discussion topic. And so I want to thank Councilor Franks and Bieda for certainly trying to get this in and get it through. And I guess we're learning on our new processes, but with that permission, we'll move that to the study session on August 3rd, which is next week. So Mayor Pro Tem, the general business, the motion to extend, I guess I'll have the clerk read that into the record.
However you'd like to do it.
Motion to extend emergency declaration.
Okay, I guess I'll ask him to make that motion. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've been doing it, so I might as well continue. So the motion is, I move to extend the declaration of disaster in the city of Lakewood, Colorado, resulting from the coronavirus/COVID-19 pandemic, pursuant to section 1.27 of the Lakewood Municipal Code, originally declared by proclamation of the Lakewood City Manager on March 17th, 2020, extended by majority vote of the City Council on multiple occasions, and by this motion, extended again until August 10th, 2020, unless earlier extended or terminated by the City Council.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. And again, as we continue to navigate through these interesting times, the extensions on the state level have also continued, as well as different moving pieces throughout the county as far as exemptions and some of the pullback on those. So that is the request. This has been used very infrequently and for just a very few things, but it provides that opportunity as we continue into uncertainty. So with that, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, please cast your votes. Councilor Springsteen, I think that's your homemade sign and it must be a no. All right. So that passes 10 ayes and 1 nay, the nay being Councilor Springsteen. We need to get you some Crayola crayons and get that colored in.
Did you see
All right.
Charlie's? Charlie's is lovely. Look
Oh,
at
see, there you go.
it.
Councilor Able, there you go.
Maybe he'll make a set for everyone.
No. No. I think I might have seen him over at the kids' art camp last week, so maybe that's where he was doing his artwork. All right. Thank you for that. Next up is the consent agenda. The use of the consent agenda has been made to expedite council action. It contains both resolutions and first reading ordinances. I guess on this one, no resolutions on this consent agenda. First reading ordinances appear on the agenda only for the purpose of setting the future public hearing dates and ordering the newspaper publication of the proposed ordinance. No public comments will be heard this evening on first reading ordinances. The public will have the opportunity to comment on the proposed ordinances during the scheduled public hearings on the dates set tonight by City Council. Any council member may request an item on the consent agenda be removed for separate discussion and action under general business. Will the clerk please read the items on the consent agenda into the record?
Consent agenda consists of items 8 through 6 inclusive. Item 6, ordinance O-2020-19, vacating a portion of right-of-way for West Yale Avenue, southwest corner of Red Rocks Business Drive and West Yale Avenue, further located to the southeast of Lot 7, Block 3 of the Red Rocks Business Park, filing number 1 as depicted in Exhibit A to this ordinance. Item 7, ordinance O-2020-20, disconnecting certain property addressed as 3053 South Rooney Road, a parcel of land being a portion of the southeast quarter of Section 26, Township 4 South, Range 70 west of the 6th Principal Meridian, County of Jefferson, State of Colorado. Item 8, ordinance O-2020-21, for the conveyance of a sewer line easement to the West Alameda Heights Sanitation Service, Inc., across a portion of Cottage Park.
Okay, just before I ask Mayor Pro Tem Skilling to read that in, Councilor Johnson, you had your hand up, but was that just a spillover from the previous? Okay, voting, thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, will you please make a motion?
Yes, Mayor Paul, I order the ordinance introduced on first reading to be published in the Denver Post with public hearings set for the date included in the ordinance, all of which are included in the consent agenda item introduced into the record by the city clerk.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, please cast your votes. All right, and that passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Will the clerk please read item 9 into the record?
Item 9, resolution 2020-23, authorizing allocations for 533 Van Gordon Street, Lakewood, Colorado, 80228.
Okay, I'll now open the public hearing on resolution 2020-23 and go to Mayor Pro Tem Skilling.
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, I suppose I am the mysterious council person that was asking to have this continued to another date. This is for the public's, for the benefit of what this is. This is the first time we've actually had one of these presented to council. And it has to do with approving a banking plan and a 40 plus allocation within one calendar year. And I think we've got a full agenda tonight. And I think because it's our first one, I just want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to weigh in, and the rest of council can make sure that their constituents know that this is something that we are considering again for the first time. And I would just ask that we continue this for a short time so that we can make sure that that notice is best that we can do, especially just it's a big deal and it's the first time that we've ever done it. So I think we just need to make sure, especially on a night like this when we've got a really packed agenda, I think we should put this on for another night.
Thank you. Councilor Able? Councilor Able, you're muted still.
There we go. I said I would agree with the Mayor Pro Tem, and there is some data presented with this packet that I'd like to see updated, and I'll get with the administration on that tomorrow probably. Thank you.
Thank you.
If this passes.
Councilor Bieda?
I want to say that I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem on this. I think it does need to be reset down the road so that we have a full opportunity for our public to fully weigh in on this, fully look at it and consider it, and be able to give us their thoughts. So I think that would be a wise thing to do at this time. Thank you.
Councilor Vincent?
Do we have a date for that? Where that would be continued to?
August 10th.
August 10th? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, before I go in and ask you to modify that motion to the date of August 10th, is there anybody who had signed up to speak on this? And certainly know that there'll be a full public hearing on the date tonight that council moves this. So, Madam Clerk?
I do not show any hands raised right now.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, will you please make a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to continue item 9 to the regular meeting on August 10th, 2020.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. That looks like that passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Councilor Harrison, put yours up again. I think your green screen takes it away. Let me just see. This is okay. Thank you. You're just going to be all green tonight. All right. So just a point of clarification on this next item, and I'll ask our attorney, Mr. Cox. So item 10, we're going to move the actual kind of conceptual language of what Councilor Bieda has requested to the study session next week, August 3rd. Do we need to vote this down? Do we just continue it? Do we just pull it off the agenda? What's the cleanest way to do that?
If Mr. Mayor, if the intention is to take action on it following the study session, assuming that's the council's direction, then I think we could leave that in place, table it until the next opportunity, see what happens at the study session, and then from there decide what to do with that action item.
So if it was tabled, would we table it till August 3rd? That's when the discussion, or do you table it till the 10th, knowing that there could be changes made to it by the city council on the 3rd?
You know, I think you could go either way, but since you know you won't be taking action on it at the study session, the 10th would be the first opportunity to do that, even if something happens in between now and then to derail that. That would be the first opportunity to take action on it. So I would think we continue to the 10th with the plan for the study session on the 3rd, and with whatever change of direction or or clarification or other revision that council chooses to make after that study session.
Okay. Are there any questions about that or comments? Again, Councilor Bieda, thank you. And I apologize. We had tried to get this in and we didn't get quite to where we needed to be in such a refined fashion for 10-day notice for official action on a resolution.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your attention on trying to get this thing moved through. I appreciate it.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, can I get a motion on Resolution 10?
Sure. I move to continue the resolution in item 10 until August 10th, 2020 at the regular meeting.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion from council? Seeing none, please cast your votes. All right, and that passes, looks like 11 ayes, 0 nays.
And Mr. Mayor, that did not need to be part of the motion, the study session, but just let the record reflect that the council's intention is to have a study session on this item on the 3rd prior to the next, the continued date.
Thank you. Noted.
Okay, and if we need to update, Mayor, if we need to update the packet ahead of the study session to reflect that, either the agenda or the packet, we should go ahead and do that as well.
Ms. Hodson, do you need anything?
No, I think we're in good shape with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, moving right along, 721. So next up, I will open the public hearing on item 11, and I'll ask the clerk to please read item 11 into the record.
Item 11, continuing ordinance O-2020-1, amending Lakewood Municipal Code Title 12 and Article 10 of Title 17 to reflect changes in state and federal law relating to wireless services and communications.
Thank you. So we'll have it looks like I'm going to call on our Deputy City Manager, Mr. Goldstein. And do you have a presentation or quick update? Then I can open public comment.
Yeah, I'll just share real quickly that we did receive additional feedback from City Council per Council's direction. That feedback was included in revised document 1. I think you all have seen that document and had a chance to review it. We've also heard from some of you since the close of the time to edit that packet and get that material in. And I assume that we'll perhaps receive some additional amendments from the floor, and Mr. Feldman and myself are prepared to go through that document. What we had thought might be the best approach, given that there are proposed changes perhaps throughout the entire document, that maybe we start at the top of the document and just go through. So if you have additional edits that you're planning on offering, please keep in mind where those are in the document so you can offer them at the appropriate time, so we're not going back and forth to different parts of the document.
Great. All right. Thank you very much. So now I will open public comment on item 11. And so that phone number again is 1-346-248-7799. The web ID number is 932-2383-4664. Please press pound after entering the webinar ID, then press pound once more to join the meeting. And then when you would like to speak, please press *9. You'll have 3 minutes. I will let you know when you have 30 seconds left and ask you to wrap it up at 3. So Madam Clerk.
We have a caller ending in 0467.
Good evening, 0467.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, great. I sent over, Michele has 7 photos she was to give you, and what I have to ask you isn't going to make any sense unless you have those photos. Do you have them?
Yes, ma'am. I see a lot of heads shaking yes, so I know that those
Okay,
came
good.
out.
Okay, good. Otherwise, my questions won't make any darn sense. So I'm going to kind of go through these quickly since I only have 3 minutes. So just so that you know, these are photos from 5G tower sites in Denver, and several of them are real near Lakewood. And so I have some questions about the towers themselves. In photo 1, if you look at photo 1, can we expect that most of the towers are going to look like this one at this residence, which is approximately 30 to 40 foot tall pole? It's placed a few feet from sidewalks. It's approximately 25 feet from homes, which is like less than a couple car lengths. And as your proposed ordinance is suggesting, it would be placed 250 feet apart. That's approximately every 5 houses or so on every residential block. And then photo 2, you can quickly go to that. Instead of replacing light poles, can we expect a 30 to 50 foot standalone pole sited next to a light pole as in this residence? Again, within 25 feet or so from our homes and every 250 feet down the block. And then photo 3, this tower is just a few feet directly in front of the entryway of an apartment. Can we expect that in front of our apartments and townhomes in Lakewood? Is that considered acceptable aesthetics and placement? My question was, who from our city will approve the sites and monitor the locations? You can skip number 4 for now because I might not have time. Photo 5, this photo shows a tower sited less than 7 feet in front of the entrance of a business. Will you be allowing that? Also, notice the tower is approximately 3 feet between 2 trees, which, by the way, the tops of the trees are dying. And over 1,000 residents and business owners in this historic district in Denver have sent the FCC, AT&T, and the city complaints to have it removed, but nothing's been done in over a year. Is that what we can expect also?
30 seconds.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding? Okay, so photo 7 I'll go to. This is what densification looks like. This is the city of Denver. This is 5G cell towers under construction, already installed or applications under review. The Denver Post stated there is 163 standalone, 419 more standalone planned, 1,600 co-located towers already built. And Mayor Paul and Councilor Harrison, you both stated in an earlier meeting that there are many citizens who told you they want this. Is this really what you believe they want? 30 to 50 feet high, ugly, bulky cell tower poles down every residential block, approximately 5 to 10 houses apart, within 25 feet of our homes?
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Caller ending 7695.
Good evening, caller 7695. If you would please give us your name and ward or address, that'd be great.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Pro Tem, and Council. I'm Richard Bennett from Ward 4. I urge Council to pass a clean ordinance and commit to keeping design standards updated to reflect learning about radio propagation and the value of small cells. Life will never be the same as it was in February. The pandemic has underscored the importance of wireless networks to life in a connected society. Small cells are essential facilities, making our connections faster, safer, and more secure. Please imagine what the pandemic would have been like 30 years ago before we became a connected society. It's not a pretty picture, is it? While I appreciate my gigabit cable modem service that has held up so well during the pandemic, today's online life is chiefly wireless. Even before the pandemic, wireless data volume crossed the Rubicon, exceeding wireline data for the first time. Demand for wireless data continues to grow. While the norm for personal computing was once desktop computers on wired networks, it's now mobile apps and devices. Tech firms have adopted a mobile-first strategy. Social networks, Uber, and retail designed for mobile users, and secure mobile banking apps process deposits from pictures of paper checks. No home buyer ever told a realtor to find them a house with the spotty cell service we have around Green Mountain. The engineering problem of covering a heavily wooded, hilly area with 4-bar service when you have no tools to work with but faraway towers is practically impossible. With small cells, we finally see light at the end of the tunnel. Small cell networks were designed for data capacity, but they're much cheaper than towers, making them suitable for eliminating dead spots that block communication. Access to advanced communication technology is essential to free speech, the bedrock of all other rights and freedoms. The Council has no more important duty than protecting freedom of expression. And we need to update our design guidelines so that they're tailored to small cells. If the guidelines are free of animus, they will facilitate the advanced cellular services we want, reliable calls, video, and big data, while reducing our dependence on large towers. We could hopefully eliminate new tower construction altogether. A clean ordinance coupled with sensible guidelines will help us survive the pandemic without surrendering any more of our freedoms. I believe this is what the people want, and the Council certainly has the authority to make it so. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I hope you have an enjoyable, productive, and collegial meeting.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Caller ending in 5627.
Good evening, caller 5627. If you give us your name and ward or address, we'll get your 3 minutes started.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, this is Lynn Judson, and I'm in Ward 4, and I appreciate council and all the time that they've taken with this ordinance. I would ask that we honor the commitment we made earlier and postpone this ordinance until we can meet in an open meeting, in that a lot of residents are not able to access due to not having computers or things such as that. And I would ask you to do that. But I also wanted to read you a few things I've learned since the last meeting about other ordinances in Colorado that might help in our ordinance. I know that although we want good cell service, the point is that it can be provided through fiber optic networks as well. I don't want to tie us into wireless, but if we are going to do a wireless ordinance, I think it's clear from my discussions with many people that I've gone door to door with in the Green Mountain area that they don't want it in their residential areas unless it's absolutely necessary for service. And I would ask that we look at the Fort Collins wording in their ordinance and their municipal code, which has been passed in late 2019. They have in section 23-174, the section on preferred locations. It reads as follows: to the maximum extent feasible in all zoning districts, the preference of this article shall be that cell facilities be located on main corridors and arterials and not on residential streets, unless necessary for network operation. So if we could follow that guideline and put something similar in our ordinance, it would be legal, and it would also satisfy residents who would be upset about it going so close to their homes where they live 24/7. We don't want ongoing exposure to wireless because there really are no long-term studies when we go to 5G. And I'd rather be safe than sorry, so use the precautionary principle. So we have a precedent in Fort Collins. We also have another precedent, which is, I know that in your memo, Mayor and City Council, it says that no state or local government shall regulate the placement, construction, and modification.
30 seconds.
Okay, I do have to finish this thought. To the extent that they comply with the Commission's regulations. So in order to verify FCC compliance, Fort Collins has monitoring, and they have it. They say the following: all cell facilities, there are only two more sentences, shall comply with federal standards for RF emissions, period. And master license agreement may establish methods to demonstrate compliance with radio frequency emission standards.
Your time is up. If you could wrap up your comments,
one more phrase, yes. And it requires reimbursement by the applicant of reasonable costs incurred by the city to verify such compliance. We do want to comply with the FCC, and that's all we're asking. And it's in the Fort Collins ordinance. A way to monitor that. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
There are no other callers with their hands raised, Mayor.
Okay. So again, if you wish to participate in public comment on item 11, please press *9.
We have a caller, Mayor. Call ending in 0597.
All right, good evening, caller. If you give us your name and ward or name and address, we'll get you started.
Yes, this is Penelope Courier. I'm in Ward 3 at 1858 South Lamar Court.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I am also asking that you please delay this vote. I think this is an amazingly complex issue, and there's a lot of people that really don't understand the full ramifications of this, although I think there are also a lot of people who are concerned about their quality of life, and I am included in that. People are starting to leave Lakewood because of the 5G issue. And just one instance is that my dentist, as of June, had lost several families who are simply selling their property and are moving out of Lakewood because of their concerns about the 5G situation. I think that if the ordinance is passed, I would really like you to consider the particularly the emissions testing to verify that these emissions do not exceed safety limits. Also, since children are particularly impacted by cell emissions, I would like to ask that these towers not be placed near schools or in residential areas. And I guess that's about my say. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Bye.
Bye. All right, Madam Clerk, anybody else?
I do not see any more hands raised, Mayor.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and just give it a little bit more if you would like to give public comment on item 11. Wait a couple more minutes. No, just kidding. We'll wait a couple more seconds. Anybody else, madam?
Yes, we have one caller.
Okay.
Number ending in 5746.
All right, caller 5746. If you give us your name and either ward or address, we'll get you going. Caller 5746, press *9.
I muted myself. I apologize so much.
Okay.
I am Richard Baker, 12507 West Dakota Avenue in Lakewood.
Welcome.
I don't have a long speech or anything prepared. I would just like the council to use best judgment and pay attention to the current science on small cell research. I don't see a threat or any reason for us to postpone a vote or to delay the technology. We could really use it, especially with what looks like this upcoming school year is going to be like. So thank you all so much, and I appreciate you having this forum open and love the town. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, anybody else?
I do not show any more hands up, Mayor.
Okay. Give it a couple more seconds here. All right, last call for item 11, public comment. Okay, I will now close public comment on item 11. And Mr. Goldstein talked a little bit about the document that we'll be working off of, which was also sent out on Friday with the attachment as well as a link. So, Mr. Cox, as we move forward, question being, do we want to have this read into the record so that as we move forward and vote on amendments, those are in place, or what's your recommendation?
You know, Mr. Mayor, I think it depends on how many amendments we end up with. If there are going to be a number of them, it might be better to deal with them as we go instead of trying to keep track of all of them and deal with them at the end. If there aren't going to be that many, then we could stockpile them and deal with them efficiently. But I have no sense for how many we're likely to end up with.
Yeah, I think there could be a fair share, but I'm not exactly. Mayor Pro Tem Skilling, you got your hand up here.
Yeah, I anticipate that just from what I've seen, both in the clean red line, we'll refer to that, the 24-page pullout. That's just in those comments alone. Some of those comments could actually become amendments. I think there's going to be a great deal of them. I think the only way that we could really do this feasibly is that we vote as we go on those amendments. And then by the end, it's just going to be we vote on the resolution as amended, having already voted on all of those amendments. I don't see any other way because we've got not only the comments in the 24-page document, we also have some that have come in separately as well. So I really think that's really the only way we can do it. Just start at the first page and just start working through it.
Mr. Mayor, another related approach might be a section by section rather than, trying to do each item separately. Maybe we get through, say, the definitions and deal with any proposed amendments to the definitions at that time and then move on from there. That's might make it a little bit easier to digest.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to start with definitions anyways for section 13, but.
Sure.
Councilor Able?
Thank you, Mayor. I would suggest we go through page by page and make the necessary changes. Before we vote on the entire document as a whole, there are folks who plan to make other amendments outside these page by page things, include some omissions, that sort of thing. So I would suggest we go ahead and do the page by page, amendment by, or change by change, but hold off on voting for the entire document until we can have comment and discussion of other proposed amendments that lie outside the verbiage in the current document.
Okay. Councilor Johnson?
Thank you. I too support what Councilor Able just suggested. I agree that we should go by this page by page. It's going to take us a little while. We've got all the red lines, plus there will be other amendments coming up, and vote on them as they come, and then at the very end, vote on the final product. So I would agree with Charlie. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Springsteen?
Yeah, I was just going to make mention that one thing I think that is unfortunate is that what was supposed to take place, as I understood it, was a meeting between the Lakewood broadband folks or their representative and Mr. Fellman and Mr. Goldstein. And a lot of these amendments and changes could have been hashed out and dealt with in that way. And I think it's unfortunate that we're now having to deal with it on the fly this way. But I agree with Councilor Able and Johnson. I don't see any other way. So the other option is to postpone this and allow those three parties to get together as they were supposed to a month ago. And my understanding is the city never reached out to them to set up that meeting, and allow them to give us some more workable product so we don't have to go about it this way. So that is one option.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, the city did have conversations with Lakewood Broadband's attorney on multiple occasions, and I believe their attorney referenced those conversations during his last public comment period and felt that they were very beneficial and expressed his appreciation for Mr. Feldman.
Thank you.
Okay, that is not what the Lakewood Broadband people told me at all. That there was never a complete meeting on the issue is what I was told, and I don't understand why.
Okay. So it looks like we have Mr. Feldman here. So Mr. Goldstein, were we going to split screen and go through, or?
One of the options would be for Mr. Feldman to share his screen and we could go through the document live. That would mean that the viewers would be looking at the document as opposed to all of our faces. So if you all are okay with that, I've talked to Mr. Feldman in advance, and he's willing to do that.
So that is fine. However, we are going to have to probably pull that off when we do vote so we can see that portion. And I know Councilor Frank's hand button is not working. Is that still the same way? Is it still not working? Is anybody else hand button not working? So councilors, yeah, everybody just raise their hand if you can. Okay, so it looks like everybody's is working except for Councilor Franks. So we'll just have her, she'll just text me if she needs to or wants to weigh in. So lower your hands, please. We'll start over. And Mr. Feldman, good evening and welcome. And here we go.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I am trying to do the screen share.
We see it, Ken.
All right, let me just try to get the whole document up here.
And maybe showing off your grandkids.
Yeah, well, we want to get them off the screen as quick as we can. There we go. All right, how's that?
There you go.
Okay, so
can you enlarge it a little bit?
I sure can.
All right, perfect.
Okay. So this is I think this is the same document one revised that is part of the packet. I had a search for the last Word document for this that I had from Mr. Goldstein. So I think this is accurate. It's what Ben, what you sent me a week or so ago, I think.
Yep, this is accurate.
All right, so I haven't done one of the share screen on Zoom before, and I see video on my screen on the right side of members of this meeting, so I can't read all of the comments. But
you can, I think you can collapse that video if you want, perhaps.
Bingo, thank you. All right, so this is the definition section, and what you see here that is in red line document or red line format are proposed edits that have come from any of the parties. They may have been council members, they may have been the Lakewood Broadband Group, They may be some of the suggestions we have come up with after first reading, and per staff's request of me, we discussed the entirety of all of the proposed amendments. Some were from AT&T actually as well. I don't think we got Verizon's in on time, so they're not in here. But we, this is the document that has the proposed edits that, at least at the time we prepared this, staff felt like they could recommend to the council. Does not mean that these are the only amendments that you're going to be considering, certainly, but I just want to make sure everybody who is watching understands what this document is. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure how you want to take it. We're going to go page by page. We may just want to go through all the red line language and see what people think about it. And whenever you're ready to entertain motions, we can talk about those.
Okay. I think we'll start with your first one, which is for the purpose of this chapter, the following words, phrases, and terms shall have the meaning set forth herein. Words not defined shall be given their common and ordinary meaning. That came from CC. So, Mr. Cox, real quick. So something like this, does this need an up or down vote, or?
Boy, it's really boilerplate language, good language to have in a definition section. I don't imagine it's controversial, but we do want to make sure we get everything into the document that is approved by council. So I'm not sure that we can say that we'll just add it in without council giving that.
Okay. So council, Mayor Pro Tem, could you move for that first sentence to be accepted?
I move for the adoption of the first red line sentence that reads, for the purposes of this chapter, the following words, phrases, and terms shall have the meaning set forth herein. Words not defined shall be given their common and ordinary meaning.
Second.
Okay, so from now on to Mayor Pro Tem, I'm just going to have you read those right off the bat as a motion so we can roll into them. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any opposition to that? If so, please state your no and your name. All right, seeing no opposition, that passes 11-0. Mayor Pro Tem, the next one, including ground-based enclosures, I believe that came from Councilor Able.
Actually, Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Ken Feldman. If I can just explain that. Councilmember Able suggested that we use the term fence. My recommendation to you initially was that we use ground-based enclosures because that is the exact language that is used in the Colorado legislation from 2017. And as you can see with my last comment, there were 2 or 3 comments to that language. I don't have huge heartburn if you're all more comfortable with fences. My general practice is stick with the statute as much as you can because the further you get away from it, the more risk you have. But this is not a huge issue from my standpoint.
Okay. So Councilor Able?
It's not a huge issue with me either, but we need to use the simplest language possible. If this thing is not, as listed above, a storage shed, shelter, or other structure, the only ground-based enclosure left would be a fence or a corral. So why don't we say that instead of ground-based enclosure? Mr. Feldman, can you describe another ground-based enclosure?
No, I can't, Mr. Able. I understand your position. Mine is still the same. Just I was relying on the statute. I have no problem defending the council if you want to use fences.
I just prefer the simplest language possible, but if it's
Mr.
easier
Feldman?
to leave it in there.
So I'll come back to you, Counselor Able. Mr. Cox?
I'm fine.
Just in an effort to perhaps move, what if we said including fences and other ground-based enclosures as defined in state law?
All right.
Counselor Able, is that acceptable?
Yes.
Could I get a so moved?
From me, so moved.
All right, so we have a motion to change that to including fences and ground-based enclosures as defined in state law. Could I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there anybody opposed? If you are opposed, please state your opposition and your name. Okay, that passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Okay, Mr. Fellman, we can move to page 2, it looks like, or is there anything else on page 1 from council?
Mayor, if I might, we did have, there's the first amendment that we have, I think is at the very top. Councilor Springsteen had submitted an amendment. That's I think it's the very first one. It comes before the part that we had just talked about, before the definitions, I think. It looks like it was a formally submitted amendment. It appears in the comment there.
Okay. Councilor Springsteen, do you want to address that and make that amendment?
Yeah, I mean, that was what we had wanted to do, was to do the red line in full that was submitted by the citizens. And so, thank you, Councilor Skilling. And that had been submitted as document 2, and I think it contained a lot of the amendments that the citizens were looking for. So if we could have a vote on that amendment, that would be great.
Okay, and just for the record, Councilor Springsteen, the submission is that your motion would be to submit the citizen red line in its entirety as an amendment and mention 17.10.3 and 17.10.4 as particular amendments. So I'm going to ask, before you say so moved, Mr. Cox, is there enough clarity in that, or does that need to be broken down?
Well, I guess I'm not sure what we do with it. If the document, the second document, number 2, is sort of integrated into the one we're working off of, we're likely to have conflicts and overlaps and so on. I thought we had determined that the way to approach this was to look at the amendments set forth in document 1 and go page by page through them. I'm just not clear on how that would work if we have the 2 together.
That is
well, I guess, I mean, who decided that we were going to go through it this way and go off of document 1? How did that get decided?
So, Councilor Springsteen, my understanding, it came via council at the direction last week or 2 weeks ago to move this one forward.
I don't recall a vote on that. Did we have a vote on that?
Yeah, we would have had a vote to move this second reading from the previous one.
Second reading of the ordinance, not of which document, as I understood.
So this would have been the document that we built off of, that we were building off of last time we met on this issue, if I recollect, and please jump in if I'm wrong. And so then the idea was build off that and add any kind of submit any kind of amendments that you would like by that Wednesday. Clearly some other things still came in, and you had the opportunity, not just you, but council had the opportunity to do these tonight. So, but if you want to make that motion, I'd just say so moved, and we'll get a second, we can vote it up or down.
this is what the citizens want, so I would like to make that motion.
Okay. So there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'm a little confused what we're voting on.
Yeah, so this can be kind of tricky. So this is basically taking, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilor Springsteen, the citizens red line broadband proposal and re-overlaying that back onto this version.
Yes.
That means throughout the document.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, to vote in the citizens red line version. And especially paying special attention to 17.10.3 and 0.4.
So then that would also for council, so that would be saying, which is not real direct, but if we go further down the road, so if this passes, then that's a whole overlay. If it doesn't pass, essentially you're voting down amendments that could come later on in 17.10.3 and 17.104, because then you would just be bringing back issues that will be voted up or down in this motion. So again, is there a second for this inclusion?
I will second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to re-overlay in some fashion. And this isn't super clean, but the motion and a second. Please, if you're opposed, please give me your name and your no vote.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Even if we vote for this, then we can add other amendments in addition to what the broadband folks wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, if this passes, then we're going to have a whole nother thing to go through. If it doesn't pass, then because we don't have exact language, but we got to be careful because there are things in this ambiguous language that will be voted up or down right now.
Mr. Mayor, this is Karen Harrison. I would ask that maybe Michele actually do a roll call, and it might make the voting a little bit easier and quicker.
That's a great idea. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you do a roll call vote?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, this is Ken. Can I ask a question of clarification? Please. Because if this passes, I want to understand what the process is. I guess the way staff had looked at this is if the motion did not pass, it would basically be a vote against a wholesale amendment of the many changes that the Lakewood Broadband Group proposed, but that council members would still have the opportunity on individual points to make some motions to change individual sections, and that might very well be consistent with what the Lakewood Broadband Group may have wanted for that particular or those particular sections. My concern is if this passes, staff would have to go back to the document that has the entirety of all of the changes. Then we would have to find a document, which I would be asking you for a break on because I know it's in the files, but I don't know where it is, that would have the legal analysis to every single one of those changes. And then as we went through it, council may or may not have questions about whether they wanted to further amend individual sections that had just been amended. And I want to remind council, some of the concerns were consistency with statute or regulation, but some of them were simply that the Lakewood Broadband Group did cut and paste provisions from other communities' code, which used different terms than Lakewood uses in its land use code. So an approval of this amendment would be putting a whole bunch of sections in the code that are immediately inconsistent with the kind of terms that you use in your land use code. So I guess I'm concerned about if this passes, what is the next step?
Yeah, well, Mr. Feldman, I certainly understand and probably share that same concern. And, you know, we tried to start with a clean version and we're not. So I have a few hands up because there is a motion, a second for the discussion. And I'm going to go to Councilor Franks.
Thank you for recognizing my text hand raise. So basically speaking to process, and sorry, I'm looking at two different screens here. Speaking to process, my complete understanding and how I prepared for tonight was using the document that's in the packet and the one that we were sent out. So I would be in no way prepared to work through that. So what I think the best way forward, at least how I'll be voting, is I'll be voting down this one, but certainly am all ears and open to hearing any amendments that come as we move through the document that we want to incorporate. But I think that level of complexity now would lead to far more concern and distraction than it solves. So I can't support this particular one, but certainly look forward to hearing the amendments as they come forward as we move through the document. Thanks.
And I'm certainly, to Mr. Feldman's point, I think I'm certainly, we're okay to rehear amendments as we move through that are more specific to the different areas in the document rather than this kind of blanket approach of building off of. So let me continue with the hands that are up. So I have Councilor Harrison, was yours just the suggestion of the roll call vote?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Councilor Gutwein?
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that by voting, if we vote no on this amendment, we can still hear any amendments from the Lakewood Broadband Coalition. Is that correct? Yes, further down the road.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I agree with Councilor Franks. And the only thing I would add is just that we've gone through an extensive process to kind of get to this point. And my understanding was that getting to this this document one, it has taken into account all of the legal constraints based on Colorado state law. And so I am absolutely happy to and will consider any other amendments, but I think that we're best served by sticking to this document and making individual amendments as we go.
Councilor Vincent. Councilor Vincent, did you have anything to say?
Yes, I'm sorry. I raised my hand, lowered it, and accidentally raised it again. I apologize. I don't have anything.
Oh, okay. Councilor Able.
How unwieldy would it be to follow the process we're following now and have these suggested changes from the coalition's red line copy offered as fodder for discussion along with the other notations we have in the margins? Would that be too unwieldy to use? Because like the other council people, I prepared myself for tonight's discussion using this document, although it only came out Friday. But I'm using this document as the basis for my suggestions. So can we throw in the suggestions of the coalition as we hit those points in the document where they were offered?
Yeah. So for clarification, I think this was out prior to Friday, and Mr. Goldstein, you can add to that.
It was included in the packet, so it was posted 10 days in advance.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yep. And
I
so
was talking about the copy we got from the mayor.
Yeah, I think that copy was sent as an addition to the packet to make it easier for you all to work off of rather than scrolling through the multi-100-page packet to find the various sections, so that everyone's working off the same smaller document as opposed to the complete packet document.
And that's the document I'm talking about. That's the document we're working with, and that's the document that came out Friday.
Yes, and it is an identical document to the one that is in the packet. So it was just to make it easier for tonight's purposes.
Yeah. I understand. My point is it came out Friday, and that's well beyond or less than the 2-week notice period. But I'm willing to work with it.
So just for clarification, Counselor, I reminded council of where it was and separated it out on Friday. It has been part of the packet with that same documentation at the very top for 10 days plus.
Okay, I thought you had modified, it had been modified in some way. Okay, thank you.
No, sir. So this hasn't changed. And this is the cleanest version that legal has been able to review with all of the different versions. And so that's why we're working on that. We said the goal was to get all the amendments in to Ken, realizing that there may be some that come from the floor tonight, which is certainly possible as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. Pardon my mistake.
That's okay.
But the question is, can we handle this with the coalition's suggestions as we go along?
I think from a staff standpoint, certainly if any specific suggestions are made from the floor, we can enter those the best we can. But if you're asking for an overlay of the two documents, I don't think we can do that right now. The changes are extensive in the document too, and that would take significant work to do an overlay between the two documents.
Okay, even just bringing up their points item by item would be too complicated.
That's certainly council's prerogative if you'd like to go through document 2 and myself and Mr. Fellman will address those as they come up.
So we have a motion and a second, Councillor Springsteen, and then Councillor Johnson. Then I'd like to take a vote, please.
Well, I just wanted to say again that this seems so cumbersome to me that the city and the citizens and the attorney hired could not have sat down together and hashed this out. I do not know how we get through all of this tonight. But I think one way to address it is just to go with number 2. And I know that I'm probably not going to get the votes on that. But again, the citizens worked very hard to come up with the language and worked with an attorney and looked at other ordinances and worked very, very hard to come up with this. I don't think it's a problem if we pass it their way. We can look back at it their way and see if there's problems down the road. That's what we're asking to do with number 1 at this point, which is essentially the industry's way. So why can't we do it the opposite way? So yeah, let's have a vote. Let's see where everybody stands with the citizens on this one.
Councillor Franks, your hand was up, and then Councillor Johnson. I'll go to Councillor Johnson, then come back to Councillor Franks if you're meant to talk.
Thank you. I too have been working off of this particular document and became quickly understood that it did not include the Broadband Coalition's language. And I'm just wondering if it would have been better just to have separated out that particular document so we could have just worked off of it and then save ourselves a lot of time that way. This is frustrating. Thank you.
Counselor Franks, did you want to weigh in on anything? Did we lose Counselor Franks?
I see a no arrow from her. I don't think she needs to weigh in on anything.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Paul,
No.
Able,
Sorry, no.
Vincent,
No.
Gutwein,
No.
Bieda,
Yes.
Skilling,
No.
Springsteen,
Yes.
Franks,
No.
Johnson,
Yes.
LeVere,
No.
Harrison.
No.
We have 8 or 3 yeas and 8 noes.
Okay.
Noes being Paul, Able, Vincent, Gutwein, Skilling, Franks, LeBure, and Harrison.
All right. So we are going to move forward to page 2.
What?
And so there is one commented, that's Ken, that's you suggested, and or removing the or yeah.
Yeah, that was actually a suggestion by the Lakewood Broadband Group. I believe whoever his name was, COLO, is part of that group.
And is there any issues with that, Mr. Fellman?
No. If you don't see anything you see in here is actually has been vetted by the staff, and staff is comfortable with it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, so moved on that one.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any opposed? Please say no and your name. All right. No opposed. Going down to the bottom, starting with hazardous substance. Mr. Fellman, where did this come from?
That was an adjustment that was made actually back in an earlier draft, and it came from staff. I don't think this was part of what was approved on first reading, which is why you're seeing it now.
Okay. Mr. Goldstein, do you have anything to add to this, or Mr.
I don't. I believe Mr. Fellman articulated that accurately.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions? Councilor John? Yep, go ahead.
Yes, I just have a question on the co-location. If 2 or more antennas are put on one tower, does that double the emissions put out? I never really understood that.
Well, I'll try to address that. Counselor, I'm not an engineer, but my understanding is it depends upon what frequency it's being broadcast at, what the power level is for that part of the site. That's a kind of a longer way to say it depends on the individual antennas and the individual frequencies that they're operating at. So a second antenna always means more, but it doesn't necessarily mean double.
Thank you.
And in some cases, just to add to that, in some cases it might be an existing tower where a new pole would have to be placed to add that additional antenna, or the pole, the antennas could be co-located on the same pole, thus minimizing pole clutter, which was, as I've stated previously, one of staff's early intentions of the new rules to minimize the number of poles.
So it sounds like the bottom line, if there's more than one antenna on a pole, there will be more emissions, but you won't have as many pole clutter or much pole clutter. Is that right?
Right. It might be that those two antennas would exist somewhere in Lakewood, thus putting out the same output of power or frequency, but by allowing co-location, you're minimizing the pole clutter. But it does increase the output in that particular location.
Yeah. I just have a question. Is there any way that when there are two companies that would like to co-locate, that they could work together and just use one antenna? Is that possible?
No, I've never seen that happen. We have a hard enough time trying to encourage them to put their separate equipment on the same tower or the same pole. I have not heard ever of two companies that have different licenses for different frequencies being able to use the same antenna. That doesn't mean that it can't happen in some places, or that maybe even it's happening in some places now. I just haven't seen it at this point.
Thank you.
All right, so for that section, starting with hazardous substance, going and ending on the next page, and with radio frequency interference. Can I have a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I move to amend the proposed ordinance to add the hazardous substance definition as set forth in the red line.
Second, is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I believe that's Councilor Harrison. Any discussion? I don't see any hands up. Any opposition to that? Please state your opposition in your name. All right, seeing none, that passes 11-0. All right, Mr. Feldman, you want to take us down to the...
Yeah, the next definition, Mayor, is the over-the-air reception device. The acronym is OTARD. Those are basically satellite dishes of a certain size. There are federal regulations limiting the kind of land use authority over those satellites. We had proposed a definition that was consistent with the federal definition. There have been some minor modifications to that, again, recommended by the individual who goes by the handle CCOLO. Again, my practice is to stick with the statute wherever possible, but I don't have problems with these changes. I do note one typo that if you go with the changes we need to make, where it said including home satellites, and then the term dishes was added. If you accept the insertion of dishes, satellite should be singular. It should say home satellite dishes.
Yeah.
So we should be removing an S at the end of satellites. If someone wants to make this motion, again, staff is okay with it.
So Councilor Able, do you want to drop that S and include the rest of that? I believe that's yours.
Absolutely.
Okay. So the motion would be then.
I can make it.
Okay.
I move to adopt the proposed amendment in the red line as defined in the red line for the over-the-air receiving device definition.
I second.
Okay, motion is second. Councilor Able, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain that I don't think we have any home satellites. That's why I urge that we insert the word dishes in there. It's obviously what was meant, but just fixing a typo.
Great. Okay, motion is second. Is there anybody opposed? Anybody opposed, please state your name and your opposition. Okay, that passes. And the next one, Councilor Franks, you weighed in on that, I believe.
Mayor, before Councilor Franks speaks up, I would point out that her comment has been left in here at the end. She posed the question that you see in the margins and asked whether it would be advisable to clarify by making a change. And our suggestion was that it should not be. So there actually is no change there that staff is recommending, but we left it in there because it was an issue raised by council and we wanted to give Councilor Franks the opportunity to ask any follow-up questions or make any proposals if she had any that she may want to do in light of staff's recommendation.
Okay. Councilor Franks, anything there?
No, and I'll keep tracking since my hand raising button. So if I need something, I'll pound it a few times, but I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Able, is your hand up just from previous?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And forgive me, council, just keep in mind on my screen, I only see like 4 of you at a time. So if your hand is up and I don't see it, please let me know. I'm trying my best. Okay, so now we go down to the RFE letter. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Mayor, this was, it was a question / amendment. This was, I believe, staff had, as they indicated in the margin, this was kind of a mashing of both the, I think what the resident group had suggested and also what staff was comfortable with. I had proposed an addition there. And I think that my formal amendment, which isn't really identified there, I want to get the language specific, and I have typed that here. It would say at the end of the definition of radio frequency emissions letter, at the end of that paragraph, it would add the words, the city may require periodic letters or confirmation that the WCF remains in compliance with the standards. And that would be, that's the amendment. And then just briefly, what that does is it does give the city, we retain the power that if we need or want, or if it necessitates, that we can compel future proof of compliance with the standards. And this gives us that ability. It doesn't tie anything hard and fast, like once a year, once every 2 years. It actually gives the city, I think, some broad powers, which I think we want to retain for this testing. That's it. That's the proposed amendment to that section. In addition to, I would support the original language that we had talked about in the study session that's here as part of that definition.
Okay. So I have Councilor Johnson and Councilor Gutwein. Your hands are up on this particular section.
Thank you. Councilor Skilling, I appreciate you adding that. I would like to have may removed and that the city will require periodic letters of confirmation and maybe put 12 to 18 months. Also, I believe that they need to be paid by the business itself, that we would not be paying it. I'm trying to see if that's right in there right quick. You know, this is just good business practice. If you are operating one of these, you do want to know that your equipment is functioning at the appropriate level of emissions. And I would think that any business that has ethics, to be honest with you, would be open and willing and happy to have this in there, not just may, but that they will be periodically tested. But it also needs to be done by somebody that understands how to test it and somebody, of course, outside of the city. Thank you.
Mr. Feldman, do you want to address that? Because I think there maybe if that may not be the area to put that, or is it recommendable?
Well, a couple of things, Mr. Mayor. my thought is this is a definition section. So how the city exercises the authority that it has, in my opinion, I don't want to speak for Mr. Cox, but we've talked about it a little bit. I think in his opinion that these kinds of requirements are better suited, if you want them in the code, to be in the substantive part of the code and not in a definition section. The other question that I have is I wrote down the language, as you can see on the draft, that Mayor Pro Tem Skilling mentioned, but I wanted to point out what you're likely to get in response to that many times, because it's different than what Councilmember Johnson just talked about when she talked about testing and costs. The law is pretty clear, in our opinion, that local governments can only require what the Federal Communications Commission requires as far as proving compliance, and that if a local government requires more than what the FCC requires, that's preempted. There are many sites, and again, you may like it or you may hate it, and I am not expressing my personal opinion as to whether this is good federal policy, but the federal government for many sites has a requirement that says if you meet certain criteria, you fall into a pot that's called categorically exempt. So for many, many facilities, once they become operational, you can send them a letter 12 months out and say, we are requiring you to confirm that you remain in compliance with FCC standards. And they will send you a letter back and say, we are in compliance with FCC standards because, oh, by the way, we're categorically exempt and we're not required to do testing every year or every 6 months or every 6 weeks or whenever. So if you put in the language that Councilmember Skilling suggested, whether it's here or whether it's in a substantive part of the code, if your intent is to get test results, you're not going to get them in many cases. If you put in a requirement that says basically, regardless of what the FCC requires of you, we are requiring you to test periodically at your expense and provide those test results to the city to demonstrate that you remain in compliance. My legal opinion is that that goes beyond the scope of a local government's regulatory authority. I am remembering back to the prior 2 meetings where I have addressed you, and I really don't want to get into a discussion about fear mongering and I'm threatening that you're going to get sued by other people. You may get sued and you may not get sued. I'm just suggesting to you that if you do, I think a testing requirement would be highly likely to be overturned. And I think if the city wants to do periodic testing in order to provide an extra level of comfort to its citizens, the city might want to consider whether it wants to do that at its own cost.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Cox.
Just to follow up, because Mr. Feldman was good enough to defer to me on this. I think on the 3 points, I would have to say that we would agree. First off, on the substance of it, if, as Mr. Feldman says, we really can't require additional testing or confirmation, then we may not want to have that language. Secondly, we've had this issue in entirely different contexts where a definition contains a substantive requirement, and in my experience, the fact finders don't want to deal with that level. They want to see a provision that says it shall be unlawful or that you shall be required to, rather than a definition that contains some additional requirements. But another location would be more appropriate. And then thirdly, I appreciate Councilor Johnson's intent going with shall rather than may. We talk about this every so often, and I guess it all depends on who you want to compel to do things. We want if we were to have this kind of language, we'd want the industry folks to know you may be required. If we can do it, if we're allowed to do it, you may be required to provide additional confirmation. If we say the city shall do it, now we've created an obligation that we must fulfill, arguably, under the ordinance. And it's usually better to have the flexibility on our end especially in this circumstance where Mr. Feldman indicates it's not we can actually require anyway.
Thank you. So Councillor LeBeer, and then Bieda, Springsteen, and Able.
Yeah, I'll try to make my point short, but I was just going to comment that I thought this shouldn't be in the definition section and should be in the body of the document. The other thing is, I would just caution us again from using sort of aspirational language. I think that's something our residents got pretty frustrated with some of the ways our zoning code is articulated. And I think aspirational language probably doesn't serve us very well in the end when it doesn't mean anything. Thanks.
Thank you. So I have Councilors Bieda, Springsteen, Able, Goodwine, Johnson.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll direct this to our legal counsel. If we were to include this language in there, wouldn't the most likely result be that the industry would say, well, you know, you're outside your authority and we're not going to do a go pound sand, you know, make us. I mean, isn't that really what the bottom line is? Why would they sue us? They don't need to sue us. All they have to do is say no. And if we want to enforce it, we're going to have to sue them. And then you're saying probably we would lose because it may well be outside of our authority. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable the way you described it, that if you had a city requirement that said a company shall do this and the company came back and said, you can't make us do that, we're not doing it. Now it's up to the city. Do you enforce your ordinance? Or do you sit back and say, yeah, we really just put that in there to make people feel good. We never really intended to enforce it because we knew it was inconsistent with federal law. That, you know, I guess that's a policy decision as to whether whether the city wants to take that position. But yes, I think it would unfold that way. You would be told you can't do it, and then it would be up to the city. Are you going to enforce your code or not?
All right. So then a follow-up question would be, Mr. Feldman, would be, do we have any other leverage anywhere else where we can say, listen, you know, you play ball with us, we'll play ball with you. If you don't want to play hardball, we can play hardball too. Do we have any other leverage in other parts of the code that would allow us to proceed in that fashion?
I guess I'm not seeing any. I mean, there's clearly there are things that you can do in different parts of the code to get more into the gray area or to be more restrictive, even if it means it might increase the chances of getting challenged. And certainly staff can intentionally slow down, although you've got shot clocks that you've got to deal with when somebody wants to move quickly to get an approval. But with all due respect, Councilman Bieda, I've never been asked that question in 30 years plus of practicing law as to, you know, can we put something in the code that we don't legally have the authority to put in the code? And if they're not willing to play with us on that, we squeeze them someplace else. I'll just leave it at that.
All right, I withdraw the question. Thank you.
So I think I had Councilor Springsteen, Able, Goodwine, and Johnson.
Sorry, I couldn't find myself there. So Fort Collins has put this in their code, ongoing emissions testing for compliance paid for by the applicant. My understanding was that Mr. Feldman helped Fort Collins with their ordinance. So I don't quite know how that never came up. But the other thing is that the law could change at the state and federal level. So if we put this in there, we may just be in compliance. The applicants must have a license in Fort Collins. That is how their code reads. They're not being sued over it. City councilors are not being sued individually over it. And I'm going to say again, there is no way the FCC is suing us individually on this issue. And neither is Telecom. They want to get along with us. They want to put their poles up in our city. So let's not pretend that we don't have some kind of power here and the upper hand as well. Let's be more restrictive in line with what our citizens want rather than less restrictive. If we think that we're being more cautious by being more restrictive, let's think about our citizens suing us when their kids get leukemia. So I would say let's put it in there. Let's go outside the box here.
Mr. Mayor,
Bellman, please.
Yeah, thank you. So just to set the record straight, I did not work with Fort Collins on their code. I periodically consult with them on telecommunications issues, but I don't believe I've ever represented to this body or any others that I wrote the Fort Collins code or helped them write their code. Second, I was taking notes when Ms. Judson spoke earlier, and she referenced certain provisions in the Fort Collins code. And what she said about the Fort Collins code related to monitoring was that the city can, in its master license agreements, establish the standards for how companies were going to comply. And similar to Fort Collins, Lakewood grants access to rights-of-way on a site-specific basis through license agreements or rights-of-way use agreements. They basically are the same thing. And the city could establish standards in its license agreements for how they're going to comply. There's nothing in the Fort Collins code that I am aware of that requires or even suggests periodic testing to be done at the applicant's expense. And I am happy to circle back with the council and find out whether Fort Collins has required through its master license agreements that companies incur the cost of periodic testing, and if so, how that has gone. But I am not aware of it happening. And I had a general conversation with one of the Fort Collins city attorneys who works in this area about generally how they regulate these issues, because the other proposal that Ms. Judson made about stating a very strong preference not to put small cells in residential areas, I did confirm that it is in the Fort Collins code. It doesn't mean they're not in other places, but I know that Mayor Pro Tem Skilling and Councilmember Franks had suggested a similar amendment in some of the correspondence I've had with them. And I think something like that would be fine. But as far as RF monitoring and testing, Lakewood actually already follows a practice that is very similar to what Fort Collins's practice is. And I don't know that we have any evidence in front of us that Fort Collins requires testing to be done at the applicant's expense.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Mr. Able, Ms. Gutwein, Ms. Johnson, and then Councilor Bieda, did I forget to lower your hand?
Yeah, I think you did.
Okay, all right.
Or I did, sorry.
No worries.
Are you ready for me now, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Maybe I can help Mr. Feldman out a little bit here. Section 23-175 of the Fort Collins Municipal Code under operational standards said, item B, radio frequency standards. All CLs shall comply with federal standards for radio frequency emissions. And MLA, the Master Licensing Agreement, may establish methods to demonstrate compliance with radio frequency emission standards and require reimbursement by the applicant of reasonable costs incurred by the city to verify such compliance. So there it is in black and white in Fort Collins, and I believe we had made some inquiries about the most restrictive of these ordinances in the state. And I don't know whether this is the most restricted, but it certainly says that the federal government has standards these providers must meet. The providers must demonstrate that they're meeting those, and the city can determine the method and who will pay the cost. Again, that's section 23-175 operational standards, paragraph B, Mr. Feldman.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure that is what it says. I certainly don't doubt that. I think what no one here tonight knows is whether the city does have standards that they impose in their license agreements that require testing over and above what the FCC requires, and whether they impose those costs on providers, and if so, what the response has been. So as I said before, I'm happy to try to get more information on that if the council is interested, but I think the language in the code appears to be stronger, but what it actually means depends upon what their actual practice is in connection with their master license agreements.
Thank you, sir, but it says what it says, and it means what it means. It's fairly clear. Thank you very much. I cede the floor, Mayor.
Goodwine.
Thank you. So just to clarify, if we include the language may require, that wouldn't prohibit us from down the road changing our regulations if the law changes. So we could require testing if at some point we are legally able to do so. Is that correct?
Mr. Feldman, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. You can always change your code to address any changes in state and federal law.
Okay. And I think all right. So I think that ultimately I would feel comfortable if council would like to include this language with may require periodic letters and confirmation. This is, all talking about testing. I'm okay with that. I think it should be in the substantive portion of the document as recommended, not in the definitions. And I think that the other thing that I'm hearing is that the city is not in any way prohibited from conducting these tests ourselves. That would be I don't know what the cost of those tests would be. But, I know that from research I did on my own through the American Cancer Society, through the World Health Organization, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, the U.S. National Toxicology Program, there is not at this time evidence that exposure causes cancer, but I know, as we've all discussed, the question that we don't know is about long-term and about having all of the additional microwave, cell phones, all the other stuff. So I think that there could come a time where if there's new evidence, we may want to do testing. I also know that there are known carcinogens, including truck exhaust or pollution. And so maybe we want to do our own testing on that. Maybe it could be part of a more comprehensive test at some point down the road. So in short, I think that we're not prohibited from doing testing. We'll probably continue to evaluate and monitor and continue to do research on the situation. And at this time, I think that the best move is to just go forward with the may language in the lower portion of the document. And finally, if you could just hear my dog chugging water next to me, I sincerely apologize for that. Thirsty dog in the background. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Johnson, then I'm going to go back to Mayor Pro Tem to reconfer the amendment as or changes or anything based on the discussion. Councilor Johnson, you're.
Thank you. I would like to see the language reflect the word shall require. I think it's better to get it right the first time and to err on the side of being conservative. There are health issues that are at stake here, particularly with the co-location on these poles. That to me is a real concern about the amount of emissions that can come from one pole. And to be honest with you, it's just good business practice. Why wouldn't a company want to know that their equipment is working correctly? I am very, very supportive of the language that Councilor Able read from Fort Collins. Obviously, they have vetted it. I'd like to see us adopt that, or for sure have shall and take out may. Let's see. And ultimately, the company should pay. And like Councilor Gutwein, I have no idea what the cost is, but it's actually just good business practice. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
My overall response, I'll be brief because we have a lot more to go with. Of course, we should move this to where it's more appropriate in the substance. I would ask that maybe somebody, as we move on, can be looking at the place where that would best go, and then we can come back to it. I would use the same language. I think the word may actually gives us the most power and the most flexibility and puts us in the best possible position, whether it comes to challenges to the ordinance or this section of it. I think the may gives us the most authority. And as far as cost goes, my reading of this section of the definition was it would be implicit that the provider, the applicant, would be paying for their first letter, and this does not change that burden that we would request from them, something that says that they're in compliance. That naturally would come from them. So I think it is implicit that they would pay for it. I also don't want something on its face that would be challengeable or invalid. Therefore, I think the simpler we make it, using words like may and not assigning expressly that the cost goes to the applicant, though I think that that's the only place it could go, I think puts us on all fours better with existing law. But with that, I will be making the proposed amendment as I have already done so, with the caveat that this be moved to the section in the ordinance where it can be, to the substantive section of the ordinance, wherever that may be. And I'll rely on Mr. Goldstein and Mr. Fellman for their expertise on where that should go in here.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask for a roll call on this one because I think there may be some folks who might disagree. So if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Sure. Paul?
Aye.
Able?
Aye.
Vincent?
Yes. Aye.
Gutwein?
Aye.
Bieda?
Aye.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Councilor Bieda?
Aye, yes.
Thank you. Skilling?
Yes.
Springsteen? I'm sorry, Councilor Springsteen?
Oh.
No, okay.
I'm not clear on there was discussion of changing language from may to shall. I'm not clear. Are we voting on?
As it is.
Did we vote on that part of it, or what are we voting on?
We're voting on, if you can see your screen, we're voting on the exact language. Mayor Pro Tem explained his motion as to including may and felt like it would give, it would be more strict for the city, and there was not a secondary amendment made to change it to shall.
Well, is it too late to make a secondary?
Yes.
Do you mean a secondary motion to change it to shall?
Yeah, the motion on the floor was seconded as it stands, and we're in the middle of a roll call vote, so it would be too late to change that.
Okay, then no.
Thank you. Franks?
Yes.
Johnson?
No.
LeBeer?
Yes.
Harrison?
Yes.
We have 9 ayes, 2 nays, nays being Springsteen and Johnson.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes, sir, please.
Is there any reason that now Councilor Springsteen and Councilor Johnson's suggestion that it may be changed to shall could not be addressed now and voted on, now that we have accepted the main language? Is there any reason that we couldn't go back and at least address that and have a vote on may versus shall? Because it seemed to me the first thing we needed to do is get the main language either adopted or not, which we now have.
Okay.
And then go back and discuss the may or shall dichotomy.
Mr. Mayor, this is Tim. I think Councilor Bieda is right that if the language had not been added, we wouldn't care whether it says may or shall. But now that the language is part of the ordinance, but the location is still undetermined, we could have a vote on that one word change as well.
So if somebody would like to make a motion to change may to shall, we would entertain that.
This is Councilor Johnson, and I would like to make a motion that we change the word may to shall. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second. Charley Able.
Okay,
Anita?
motion is second. And could I have a roll call vote, please?
Sorry. Paul?
No.
Able?
Yes.
Vincent?
No.
Gutwein?
No.
Bieda?
Yes.
Skilling?
No.
Springsteen?
Yes.
Franks?
No.
Johnson?
Yes.
LeBeer?
No.
Harrison?
No.
We have 4 ayes, 7 nays, nays being Paul, Vincent, Gutwein, Skilling, Franks, LeBeer, and Harrison.
Thank you. Okay, council, anything else on page 3? Okay, page 4. Looks like there's something related to satellite dish, which we talked about a little bit earlier. Term does not appear. So the recommendation is to remove that. Is that accurate, Mr. Fellman?
Yeah, the recommendation from staff is to remove it entirely because it does not appear anywhere in the code.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, would you make that motion?
I move to adopt the proposed amendment of removing the entire definition of satellite dish antenna.
I second.
Motion in a second. Is there anybody? Well, hold on. Now I'm all backwards on my voting. we'll just go ahead and if there's anybody opposed to removing that, please state your name. It's funny, I kind of hear crickets. I don't know if that's purpose or not, but so we will remove that 11-0. Anything else on page 4, council? Okay. So we'll go to page 5. The first comment is from Mr. Feldman.
Okay, so AT&T had claimed in a letter that they sent to the city that the reference to 6 feet was not appropriate and that the FCC rules allow for 20 feet. And there are some facilities where they are right, and there are other facilities where they are incorrect. So if you note at the beginning of the paragraph, the first part of the sentence refers to those kind of facilities where 20 feet is approved. And I think to clarify that the 6-foot reference is for all other kinds of structures, we wanted to add the word other. So that was really just we're not agreeing with AT&T's interpretation, but we think with the clarification by adding the word other, it becomes clearer that we have both categories covered here.
So Mayor Pro Tem, so moved on the inclusion of other.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Harrison, your hand is up.
Yes, I was just, Mr. Feldman, you said all other. Do we need to add all, or do you think we're clear enough with just the word other?
Well, I think just other, because what we're talking about are this term eligible support structures, which is a defined term. And under federal statute, certain kinds of things have to happen with respect to eligible support structures. So you have towers in the rights of way, and then you have other kinds of eligible support structures, which can be a whole range of other things. So I don't think we need the word other, because other is relating to the defined term eligible support structure. You could add all before it. I just think it's a word you don't really need.
Okay, I'm fine with just using other. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second on that change. Is there anybody opposed? All right, seeing none, that passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Mr. Feldman, the next one is a deletion recommendation.
Yes. So I'm going to try not to get into the weeds here, Mayor. The regulations that the FCC adopted that determine when co-locations must be approved under federal law, and they must be approved for that term, eligible support structures. One of the things that would make something not be an eligible support structure would be if the proposed modification to the site would defeat the concealment elements of the site. And the term defeat, I have always felt was unclear. So in ordinances I have worked on for many years since the passage of these regulations, I have always included language that also came out of the FCC order that explained what it meant, which is a change that would undermine those concealment elements is tantamount to defeating those concealment elements. Problematically, the FCC, and I think I mentioned this at the study session, the FCC came out with a new ruling further clarifying, or at least this FCC further clarifying what the FCC in 2014 said about these, and they specifically took this out of it. So my using the interpretive language from the 2014 order about undermining the concealment elements is now specifically excluded by this June FCC order. So we are recommending that we take it out because based upon a new regulation that went into effect a month ago, it's no longer an accurate description of the law.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I would make a motion to adopt the proposed deletion of this section as described by Mr. Fellman.
Second.
Motion is second to delete. Is there anybody opposed to the deletion? All right, seeing none, that passes 11-0. Anything else on page 5, council? Okay, page 6, delete term not used in code.
So let me just go ahead and make the motion now. I move to adopt the, I move to adopt the proposed amendment of deleting the definition wireless communications equipment shelter as identified in this red line.
Second.
Motion is second, council. Any discussion on this? Is there anybody opposed to the deletion?
I have a question. Where did this language come from in the first place? Can we have that explanation? How did it get there to start with?
Yes, sir. Mr. Fellman?
Yeah, I would have to go back and look at the earliest drafts that we came up with to see where it came from. It may be part of the existing code. I don't want to say for sure that it is because I'm not looking at the existing code, but as you all know, this project has been going on for a long, long time, and there's been many drafts. So I just can't answer that question right now without taking a break and looking it up.
Okay, don't do that. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Able, your hand is up.
Yes, by deleting this, would we effectively allow a communications equipment shelter that could, a building that could be placed in the right of way?
No, your right-of-way regulations would still govern the size and the type of equipment that could be in the right-of-way. And keep in mind, I know that probably 90% of every part of the discussion that we have had in the multiple times I have been with all of you, we've been talking about small cells in the rights-of-way. But this code and the purpose for amending the code is to bring the entire code dealing with all kinds of wireless facilities into compliance with multiple changes that have been made in federal and state law over the last 10
Mr. Fellman,
years.
yeah, we lost you.
What? Can you
We
hear me?
lost you for a second, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was going to, well, at the risk of repeating parts of this that you may have heard, most of the discussions that we've had every time we've gotten together has been about small cells in the rights of way, but the purpose of this code and this project was to bring the Lakewood code provisions that address all kinds of wireless facilities, from the tallest of macro towers on private property to small cells in the rights of way, into compliance with changes in federal and state law that have occurred over the last 10 years. And I believe that equipment shelters were used in earlier iterations of the code on other kinds of property. This would not allow in any way an equipment shelter to be built in the right of way by deleting the definition.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second to delete that. Is there anybody not wanting to do that? It's not the right verbiage, but seeing none, we will remove that 11-0. Okay, so now this will move us into 17.10.3. And there's the first that would strike reasonably preserves the aesthetic character and value. Mr. Fellman?
This was suggested by a member of the Lakewood Broadband Group, and staff has no objection to it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, so moved?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Anybody opposed? Passes 11-0. Then we'll go down to F and we see and struck, and then efficiently, and then and safely added. And those look like they came from, I don't know who CA 25 is.
That would be me, Mayor.
Okay.
May I?
Please.
We're on page Article 10, Wireless Services and Communications, 171011C. That's my comment on this page.
Maybe D and E, Counselor.
Now on C, I commented on C, which says we should require. It now says we should encourage. We would encourage the location of towers in a manner that minimizes the total number of towers needed throughout the community. I don't think we want to encourage that. I think we want to require that. That's what my comment was to, I'm sorry. That's why I said reasonable instead of feasible. Sorry. But on C, beyond my comments that I'd submitted, the word encourage should be require. I'm offering that as an offhand or impromptu amendment.
Okay.
We should encourage the location be a manner that minimizes the total number of towers instead of just encourage it. If you encourage it, nobody's going to comply because it'll cost them too much. They will say.
Okay. Mr. Feldman, the change of encourage to require.
Yeah, I would say for any of the proposals for this first part, we're talking about purpose and intent. So the language is more interpretive and doesn't really have the force of law. But my only concern with require location of tower that minimizes is that to the extent that someone would argue for any kind of land use application for a new tower, that it doesn't minimize the number of towers, they will point back to here and say, you can't do it. And I don't think that that's what that section would mean. And actually, one other thing, that this is a policy issue, not a legal issue, but I'll throw it out for council's consideration. If you have an application for a 150-foot tower that would destroy or significantly impact a view corridor to the mountains or to some other environmental feature, and in that particular site, you can actually make it look better, and maybe even the community supports the location of two 70-foot towers that are a quarter of a mile apart from each other, or maybe longer, in order to avoid a 140 or 150-foot tower. Do you really want your policy to be, we want the minimum number no matter what, even if it's bigger and uglier? I have no say in the answer to that question. It's a policy decision, but that's the other issue that arises if you change the word encourage to require.
So Councilor Able, do you want to make that motion on the change?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion, a second to change the encourage to require. Is there anybody opposed? Paul is a no. Okay, seeing none else, that then passes 10 aye, 1 nay. Nay being Paul.
Can I ask a question on that, Mayor? My hand was up, but that's okay. I'm not.
Mayor, there's some other no's too.
I was just wondering, what's the difference between C and E? To Mr. Fellman's point, C and E seems to be the broader one that would speak to Mr. Fellman's point, and C gets a little bit more specific. But I was just wondering if there's some interplay there between C and E.
Mr. Feldman?
Yeah, I guess C is more specific because it just refers to towers, and E refers to all wireless sites. But I suppose if you change C to requires, then you've limited being able to fully encourage the ability to create the least adverse impact. If, again, in the example I used, the community might be better off with more sites that are lower to the ground.
Well, I guess if we make E into require, as I believe Mr. Able is about to motion for E, if you made that require, that seems like it would eliminate your concerns about C, because E would then say, to your example about the 150-foot tower, even if you have require in both of those, I believe that E would take care of your scenario.
Yeah, I think it would be inconsistent with C, but I think it would overrule C if you were going to look at the priority of what controls over which one. Maybe Mr. Cox has a different opinion. And again, I would encourage you not to spend a whole lot of time on intent language, but I do agree with you that I guess if it were me, I'd say require in E and encourage in C. I would think is better, but if you do require with both of them, I get it. That's fine.
Yeah, this is Tim. I hadn't commented on C, but I share the concerns about that there might be circumstances where it actually works better not to minimize the total number of towers. And E, I think, is a better one to work with because it contains that phrase, to the extent possible. We can require them to do things if it's possible to require them to do things, and it wouldn't allow us to go beyond our authority on that. But getting back to Ken's point too, also, the intent and purpose statements are like definitions. They're not really carrying the force of law, and so we wouldn't get as much out of these amendments as we hope we would.
Okay, so I have Councilor Franks and then Councilor LeBeer.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I just want to concur with kind of what Mr. Cox was just saying. It's very important to me, aspirational language, and these the heart of the matter is where we can enforce things. And so what I like about leaving C alone with the encourage, and E is the exact same thing, to the extent possible. It doesn't set an expectation, then putting it in that way where the community believes something's going to happen, because many in the community won't later understand the intent statement is different from the enforceability. So we have to be really careful that we don't set up the community for believing that something's possible and then being frustrated when we can't take the action that they say is written in there. So definitely not comfortable with the requires on C, and certainly ready to debate for E. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor LeBeer, Gutwein, Able.
Yeah, I just think we should clarify the vote on C. I was a no vote, and I think there's probably more of us. Not sure, but thanks.
Yep. Councilor Gutwein.
It's all already been said. Thank you.
Councilor Able.
Point of order, Mayor. You had already called the result of that vote.
Yep. Councilor Harrison.
Yet wait. Are you agreeing that you had already called the result of that vote?
I already called, and there needs to be a clarification for Councilor LeBeer.
There needs to be a clarification. I had my no vote up. So.
Yeah.
I also had my no vote up too. So
we're not voting now. It's already been called.
Okay.
Let me jump in on that. Under normal circumstances, you're absolutely right, Councilor Able.
Thank you.
What happened is the mayor attempted to take the role, and there was a mistake. There was someone whose vote was not, at least one person whose vote was not counted either way, or was counted as a yes when it was a no. And considering we're using virtual meetings and paper arrows and verbal responses to questions from the mayor in another room, I think there needs to be a little bit of leeway to make sure we get the vote accurate.
That's funny because there's never any leeway when it's gone the other direction.
Okay, folks. So let's get back to order here. There is certainly leeway in a lot of different things that we do here. Counselor Franks, did you mean to put your hand back up?
I am not completely through yet. As
Counselor Able, you don't
as the
have
mayor
the
pro
floor,
tem
sir.
predicted, I am moving to strike encourage from item E and make that require as well.
So Counselor Able, you don't have the floor and we still have to deal with the suggestion.
Yes, I did. If you will check your tape, you'll see that I never yielded it. Mr. Cox and company commented on what I had said.
So Counselor Able, there's something on number or letter D that needs to be addressed before we go to E. And
Okay.
then, so Counselor Franks, was your hand up? Go ahead.
It was, and I just wanted to explain for the public that for whatever reason tonight, I'm having a technical challenge where the raise hand feature is not working. So the mayor is doing his best to keep his eye on his phone for me to put a little raised hand up. So my hand was up before he was trying to take the vote. So I just wanted to clarify that I was trying to weigh in before that. And I apologize, I don't understand the technical challenge. It seems to be on my end only, but I do appreciate the mayor keeping his eye on his cell phone for me. Thank you.
And to clarify the voting, when I have screen shared and participant list up, I only see 3 or 4 members at a time. So let the record reflect that C passes 8-3, the nays being Paul, Harrison, and LeBeer. And then D, Mr. Fellman, do you want to change C to require and put in 8-3?
Yeah, I put it in the margin note there, Mr. Mayor. Right
So,
here.
and again, I can't see that with all of my stuff going on.
Okay, it's in there.
Okay. And so then there was reasonable in D.
The word reasonably feasible was in there, and I believe Councilmember Able wanted to propose deleting the word reasonable or reasonably.
Councilor Able?
The definition of feasible indicates reasonable.
Okay. So the motion would be then to remove reasonably?
Second.
Okay. So technically I'm going to back up. Councilor Able, so moved.
So moved.
All right. Councilor Springsteen had the second. I have 2 hands up, Councilor LeBeer and Councilor Skilling, Mayor Pro Tem Skilling.
So can I just recommend, Mayor, so that we don't have this last issue while we're doing the vote, if we could just adjust the roll call vote instead of saying if you're against it, speak up, because I don't think that's working as well. I think that we need to take some more affirmative vote somehow so that doesn't happen.
10-4. So we'll do a roll call vote on the deletion of reasonably. Madam Clerk.
Paul,
Yes.
Able,
Yes.
Vincent,
Yes.
Goodwine,
Yes.
Bieda,
Yes.
Skilling,
Yes.
Springsteen. Thank you. Franks,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
LeBeer,
Yes.
Harrison.
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0.
Councilor Able, E.
Just want to change the word encourage and would so move to replace it with require.
Second.
Second that.
Second.
Okay, roll vote on
3
that.
seconds.
Thank you.
Paul,
Aye.
Able,
Aye.
Vincent,
Yes.
Goodwine,
No.
Bieda,
Aye.
Skilling,
Aye.
Springsteen.
Aye.
Franks,
Aye.
Johnson,
Yes.
LeBure,
No.
Harrison.
Yes.
The motion passes 9 ayes, 2 nays, nays being Goodwine and LeBure.
Okay, F, Mr. Fellman.
Yes, someone named Rita, who I believe might be with the Lakewood Broadband Group, proposed changing effectively and efficiently at the end of F to effectively, efficiently, and safely, and staff has no objection.
Okay, is there so moved?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Paul,
Aye.
Able,
Aye.
Vincent,
Aye.
Goodwine,
Aye.
Bieda,
Aye.
Skilling,
Yes.
Springsteen,
Yes.
Franks,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
LeBure,
Yes.
Harrison.
Yes.
Motion passes 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Okay. Going to the next page. There's a deletion request from Counselor Able.
And my note there is rather garbled. What I would like to do is set a maximum height restriction. It says we can approve modification. The director can approve modifications to the height restrictions. I'd like to set a guide for the director as we do with variances of 20%. Would that work there, Mr. Feldman?
The only reason it might not work, Councilmember Able, is under these over-the-air reception device antenna rules, local requirements may be imposed as long as they don't keep the device owner from being able to actually receive service. So if you have a height limitation, and whether you provide 10% flexibility or 20% or 50%, if the maximum amount that you grant to staff still would not technically allow the device owner to receive service, then your regulations violate federal law. So the thought in other communities that have done this and provided the discretion to staff would be to allow staff to evaluate the technical information, get it verified to the extent they needed to, and then allow the minimum addition necessary. So I think if you want to put some kind of further clarification in here, my advice would be instead of up to a maximum of 20%, I would say in the reasonable discretion of the city in the minimum amount necessary to comply with federal law.
Counselor Able? Counselor Able?
I'm sorry. I think that would be acceptable. What is the height restriction?
Well, the height restriction would be whatever the height restriction is in your zoning district. There's no federal height restriction. The federal law simply says you impose local land use authority as long as that regulation doesn't keep these people from having their antennas work. So it's similar to ham radios, right? If you need it to be, if you need it to be larger or higher, you got to let them go higher.
I think the language you offered is acceptable. Can you repeat that?
You bet. So I'm going to delete the word if towards the bottom. So it'll say the director or his or her designee has the authority to approve modifications to the height restrictions related to OTARD antennas and OTARD antenna structures in the reasonable discretions of the city in the minimum amount necessary to comply with federal law. So I'm going to be deleting the words modifications are right here. All right, there you go.
Okay. That works for me. So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please roll call vote.
Paul,
Aye.
Able,
Aye.
Vincent. Aye. Gutwein. I'm sorry, Councilor Gutwein.
Aye.
Thank you. Bieda,
Aye.
Skilling,
Yes.
Springsteen,
Aye.
Franks,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
LeBura,
Yes.
Harrison.
Yes.
The motion passes 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Fantastic. All right, council, anything else in 17.10.1? All right. 17.10.2, first comment is by Councilor Gutwein.
Sorry
So is
about that.
Are we clear? So it looks like there's your comments, then Councilors Frank and Mayor Pro Tem Skilling.
Yes, thank you. Regarding my proposed amendment, we had discussed that during the study session. And the primary concern was that anyone that would be doing work in the right-of-way would be written and known to the community in the, that we would have that information. My understanding was that that is all taken care of through the permitting process. And so I, at this time, do not feel that we need to add that additional language in. Mr. Goldstein, could you correct me if I'm wrong on that?
I believe you're accurate.
Thank you. And I also just want to let all of you know, Council, that I did reach back out to the organization that I had raised this issue, CWA, and they felt that this, the language that was in the permitting process would address that particular concern. I do think that at some point we may want to have a broader policy discussion regarding worker safety, but at this time I'm not going to make that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Point of clarification on this for going forward. I see just clerical with B and C, D and E, F, G, H, I, J. Now I know there's words within there that we need to review, but do we need to vote on amendments for each of those changes? That is just changing the lettering?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think so. That can be a sort of a housekeeping item when all is said and done. There may be other sections that change designations that have not been marked up that way. So perhaps in the final round of amendments, we can say that the document will be amended to correct numbering and so on as needed.
Okay. So let's go to the next one. So it's B, and it looks like Councilor Able suggested public property. or would like to?
No, Mayor, actually, there was first a suggestion, adding the word city-owned before public property by, I believe it was one of the Lakewood broadband folks. The name was CC in the margins. Basically, the thought was it doesn't apply to other public property that the city did not own, and that's the intent. So we put that language in both on the first line and also in the last sentence of what is now paragraph B.
Okay. And then is that Counselor Able then with public property?
Yes. My concern is that permission to use public right-of-way or public property. Public property could be a park. It could be the parking lot at City Hall. I think Mr. Feldman has come up with a suitable replacement wording, although it is fair, lawyers speak. He suggests that we say, city-owned vertical assets, which means light standards, traffic light poles, that sort of thing. I just wanted to clarify that we weren't talking about any kind of city, any kind of public property they wanted to roost on, they could roost on. Mr. Feldman certainly hit it right on the head when he refers to the vertical assets, because those are the light standards and other city-owned poles and similar structures these could be put on. I just want to make sure we don't have that it is not confused with any public property at all.
Okay, sir. So I see the note. Does that note need to be thrown into B?
Mr. Feldman's city-owned vertical assets, the public right-of-way should be substituted for public property.
Yes, I think you're right. So I'm going to do that right here. And we'll do it. And then we will do it here as well.
So moved.
Okay.
I second.
Hold on real quick. So Counselor Able, do you want to just so move that whole paragraph as amended?
Sure.
Okay. All right, Counselor Johnson, so you're seconding the whole paragraph as amended?
Yes, I am. And I just want to point out that Counselor Able, his video is off. I don't know if he knew that.
Oh, sorry about that. Adam thought I would appear better if I just had the C up there.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. I don't see any other hands up for questions. Can we have a vote, Madam Clerk?
Paul?
Aye.
Able?
Aye.
Vincent?
Yes.
Gutwein?
Yes.
Bieda?
Yes.
Skilling?
Yes.
Springsteen?
Yeah.
Franks?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
LaBeer?
Yes.
Harrison?
Yes.
Motion passes 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Okay. So we're going to B or C now. And there was, so Counselor Able, 3 months is too long. Do you have something else that you wanted to see?
No, I just think that 90 days is quite some time if we're talking about a meeting reasonable safety considerations. So I would rather see them addressed within 30 days.
Okay. So, Mr. Fellman, I know it seems like you're ambivalent on that.
Yeah, Mayor, this is a policy decision. I wasn't sure from Councilmember Abel's first written comments. He didn't propose a specific, but if he wants to make a motion to change 90 to 30 here, I do not have a problem with it from a legal standpoint at all.
Okay.
We do
So moved.
we do have Ann Hine available if you wanted to address that, or Mike Whitaker. I don't know that they would necessarily have a different opinion than Mr. Fellman, though.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Councilor Franks. Councilor Franks, do you have your hand up?
I apologize. I did have my hand up. I wanted to not ask a question from a legal standpoint, but from a reasonable standpoint, since we didn't have this vetted. Is 30 days realistic given the industry? Just want to make sure that we're not setting something up where we'll automatically have failures due to resourcing limitations or that type of thing.
I don't know. I don't know if Ken, if you have an idea on that. It seems pretty quick, just knowing how long it takes for some things to happen. We might be able to get Mike Whitaker brought over from the waiting room. I know he's had more direct interactions with the installation process.
So let's see if we can do that, Mr. Goldstein. In the meantime, I have Councilor Harrison and Councilor Bieda's hands up to this motion. It's Councilor Harrison.
Thank you. We'll be able to come back and make these changes if we saw it. So if we wanted to start out with 30 days and then we realize 30 days isn't long enough and we need to extend that, we can always change it. Let's get through this document. 30 days sounds good to me.
I believe Mr. Whitaker is added, should you wish to consult with him.
I would certainly welcome a staff perspective, somebody who's working with this day in and day out. So on the 30 v 90.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Whitaker.
Mike Whitaker, City Transportation Engineer. It's a little out of my area, but the building official works for Ann. But similar structures and traffic signals and street lights. 30 days isn't unreasonable if we see something that we think is imminent harm that, they'd be able to roll a bucket truck and a crane out to take care of.
Great. Thank you, sir. Councilor Bieda.
Yes, I'm fine with the 30 days. Just sort of a point of clarification. It seems to me that other language is as a duplication. If you're saying it's 30 days, then I don't know what you need the upon good cause shown clause for. It seems to me that should be deleted. 30 days and that's it. But why do you need upon good cause? You're saying the same thing again, it looks to me, unless I'm missing something.
Councilmember Bieda, the intent was to say if there's a code issue, you get a notice that says you have 30 days to fix it. The next part basically says if the owner of the premises says, look, I've got good cause shown, I can't get it done in 30 days, I need more time. That next sentence initially said you could give them up to 90 days more. Now it's saying you can give them up to 30 days more is what the motion says.
Well, but what's the difference between extend some, you're still saying 30-day compliance period. That's the same thing that you've got up above. They've got 30 days to bring the WCF into compliance.
Well,
and you're saying
if you extend a 30-day deadline by 30 days, it becomes 60 days. You're basically saying,
but you're saying from the 30 days from the date of notice. So that 30 days needs to be from the date of the request, doesn't it? If you're wanting to give them an additional 30 days, you're not going to give it to them 30 days from the notice. You're going to give it to them 30 days from the request. Isn't that right? If you're wanting 60 days.
I think what
I don't have a problem
I-
giving them an extra 30 days on showing a good cause. I'm just questioning the language.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's a really good point. And I think the intent would be there would be a second notice, which would be the building official's action on the extension. But it probably makes it clearer and would avoid the interpretation that you just had, which means I'm sure other people would have that too. If you just said, may extend the period of compliance not to exceed 30 days, period.
Well, why wouldn't you say 30 days from the date of the good, of showing good cause?
I'm trying to provide some flexibility for the building official. If somebody shows good cause on Monday the 1st and it takes the building official 5 days to get back to them, it's a policy decision. You could do it from that date. Now it's a 25-day really extension, or it can be 30 days from when the building official gets back to the property owner and says, I'm granting your request or I'm denying your request. Whichever way you all are comfortable with it, we'll make it work.
So that there is a motion, a second for the way it sits. Mayor Pro Tem, your hand is up.
Well, I just think that the original intent from Counselor Able, if I'm reading it correctly, was to make it 30 days. So if you did that, then the part that Mr. Bieda has identified should say 60. That would provide the extra 30. And you're using the date certain that's dated on the notice. So in no event, regardless of when somebody asks for more time, they ask for it on the 50th day. That means they only have 10 days then to get it done. I think that's a good measure, but I believe that the intent of Mr. Abel's motion, you would make that say 60 days from the date of the notice.
All right, that works for me.
That works for me. That's good.
And me.
Well, Counselor Able?
That works for me, so moved.
Okay. Resecond that, Counselor Johnson.
I resecond that.
Okay. Could we please have a vote?
Hall,
Aye.
Able,
Aye.
Vincent,
Aye, sorry.
Gutwein,
Aye.
Bieda,
Aye.
Gilling,
Aye.
Springsteen. I'm sorry, Counselor Springsteen,
Yes.
Franks,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
LeBure,
Yes.
Harrison.
Yes.
Motion passes 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Okay. So moving to D, E, and F. Anything from council? Okay, G, H.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, this is Ken. I think in E and then subparagraph small a under there, radio frequency interference, actually that's interference. I'm sorry. I was going to suggest that's where we put the substantive provision from the definition in here, but I misspoke.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No
Continue.
worries. No worries. So we're down to G and H, and the next one we have up is I. And that looks like that's from C. Kahlo, which is the broadband group.
Right. This is not a word for word from their proposal, but it's a modified version to more fit within the terms of the code and other city usage. So I think it captures the substance of what they were proposing.
Same with J, both of those in I and J.
Yes.
Okay. Council, Mayor Pro Tem, can we get a motion to adopt I and J?
Yes, I move to amend I and J as identified in this red line.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Paul,
Aye.
Able. Able,
I'm sorry, aye.
Vincent,
Aye.
Gutwein,
Aye.
Bieda,
Aye.
Skilling,
Yes.
Springsteen,
Yes.
Franks,
Yes.
Johnson, Counselor Johnson,
I apologize. Yes.
LeBure,
Yes.
Harrison.
Yes.
Motion passes 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Counselor Springsteen, your hand is up. Counselor
I
Springsteen?
didn't mean for it to be. I don't see that it's up, but oh, sorry.
It's okay. I lowered it when I called on you.
Okay.
All right, so now we're moving to 17.10.4. It looks like we moved down to 3C, which is struck to be part of B. And that looks like there's a comment by Counselor Able. The city shall approve and then underscore deny.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, there's actually a prior request from Councilmember Able under C, timeframe for review, 60 days. He proposes 90 days. The federal law, it's a federal regulation that it simply says 60. So you just can't do it without violating federal law. The other thing is that the statute basically says a local government may not deny and shall approve if the application meets XYZ criteria. That's the way the federal statute reads, and the federal regulations adopted by the FCC parroted those words from the Congress. So shall approve is the language from federal law, and our recommendation is that you stick with that.
Okay. Counselor Able?
Fine with me. I was thinking 60 days would make it, or 90 days would make it easier on staff and with all the pressure they're under. But, you know, if the law says 60, then I guess we have to go with 60. Yeah. There is, however, a typo that says deny the application unless it determines. The city shall deny the application unless it determines that the application is not covered by yada, yada, yada. Just add the word it to refer back to city.
All right, let's see how this looks.
Yeah, where it says unless it determines.
Right, that was what the staff, I think, had proposed.
Sure, but they left out the word "it." I just want to put it back.
So essentially on this one, we're not changing the 60. There's a 60, there's two 60s. Right. The only one we're voting on is this grammatical change that Counselor Able just pointed out.
Well, actually, Mayor, I'm not sure we're even voting on that, because the red line language that's in there is Councilmember Able's language. So if we don't use that language, so we go back to the city shall approve the application unless it determines that the application is not covered by the subsection, we're fine. If we were going to use his proposed language, then I agree with him. We needed to make some further modifications.
Okay. So with agreement from Counselor Able, we will move forward.
That works.
Okay.
Put the word in, I'm happy.
Okay. All right. So that'll take us to E. And this is a comment by Mr. Fellman.
Yes. the point here was we wanted to clarify that if an applicant, these applicants, when they believe they have one of these eligible facilities requests, which basically means if they do, you have to approve them. The city might decide, no, you don't. This is not an eligible facilities request because you don't qualify. In that case, they can still apply for a modification. They just have to follow the appropriate section of the code. It might be a special use permit. It might be an amendment to the zoning. It might be a variety of different things. And there are shot clocks under federal and state law in all of these kinds of approvals. So we wanted to make clear that if we turn you down because you don't have an eligible facilities request, we're not automatically considering your application under some other section of the code. You're denied, you're done. And if you want to file for a modification, you got to refile under the right section of the code. And the shot clock does not start until you provide that. So that's what this clarification is intended to accomplish.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Skilling.
I move to adopt the proposed amendment as described in the red line.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion from council? Councilor Johnson, your hand is up.
I have another question about another area. My hand went up too soon. I apologize.
Okay. So let's take care of this one and then we can come back. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Paul,
Aye.
Able, Counselor
Aye.
Able, Vincent, thank you.
Aye.
Vincent. Goodwine,
Aye.
Bieda,
Aye.
Skilling,
Yes.
Springsteen,
Yes.
Franks,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
LeBure,
Yes.
Harrison.
Yes.
Motion passes 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Okay. Councilor Johnson, you had a question on this section.
Yes, I do. Let's see, under number 3, the very last sentence, the application may not require the applicant to demonstrate a need or business case for the proposed modification or co-location. Is that really appropriate? Shouldn't they maybe be held to a higher standard than not have to provide a business case for that?
Councilmember Johnson, that again, I don't disagree with you that from a policy standpoint, that would be a great idea. But again, this is just to the limited kinds of cases where an application has an eligible facilities request. And because they have an eligible facilities request, they fall under the federal law provisions that say local governments have absolutely no discretionary authority. If they're going up in height a certain amount, but not exceeding a certain amount, or they're extending the width a certain amount, but not exceeding a certain amount, federal law says you must approve. So the concept of having to prove a business case is completely in opposite of that. The federal law says if you meet these numerical requirements, you get your permit. And I hate that law. It's a terrible law. It's an absolute preemption of local authority, but that's what the Congress gave us in 2012.
Thank you. I would agree with you, Kim.
Okay, council, anything else under 3? Then we're going to move to 4, and it looks like we go to B. And this is maybe where Mayor Pro Tem Skilling's language goes, but go ahead, Ken, take us from B1B.
Yeah, so the you see there's a comment in the margin about some of Councilmember Johnson's suggestions. She made some general suggestions without being specific code amendments, and I provided some feedback. I don't want to just read that to you. I assume you've had a chance to read it, and you can ask me questions if you have them. The substantive change in B1B is a modified version of what was proposed by someone from the Lakewood Broadband Group, and it basically requires a demonstration of compliance with NEPA if they're required to do that on a federal level, and any information, well, the radio frequency emissions letter, which is now a defined term, so all of the information contained in the radio frequency emissions letter. Keep in mind, Council, this is under a section heading capital B, submittal requirements. So I still don't think we're at that point in the code where we would say, upon approval and after your site becomes operational, you have to do periodic testing. If you want to include that kind of language, it's going to come later after we get to the criteria for approval. So anyway, that what we have here is basic. There was as I recall, what the Lakewood Broadband Group had was a lot more specific detail regarding National Environmental Policy Act kinds of filings. And in our opinion, it went beyond what federal law allows. This is, again, similar to the health issues, the environmental issues on a broader level. My read of the law is the same. You can require what they have to provide to the federal government and not more than that. So it's stronger and more detailed than what you approved on first reading, but it doesn't go as far as, admittedly, I think the Lakewood Broadband folks have asked you to go.
Well, thank you for that explanation, Ken. I'd like to take this as far as we can go because of the health implications. And if this isn't the section to have ongoing random tests, then help me to make sure that it gets put in there at some place. But the health concerns that have been brought up are real and they have merit. And I'd like to have it as strict as we can for what we can. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to make a motion for B?
Are we doing B and C or just B?
I mean, B and C would make sense.
Well, I'll make the motion and then we can have discussion if need be, but I'll make a motion that we adopt the proposed amendments as described in B and C of the red line.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilor Springsteen?
You can't move that. Oh, let's see. I'm trying to figure out. I think that we need to have more strict language like the Lakewood Broadband had suggested with regard to the NEPA. Which number are we in right here? Is it 17.10?
We are on 17.10.4 B1B.
B1B. So this omits the bond requirement. It omits liability requirement under C and emissions requirement. And what had been suggested by Lakewood Broadband was well, I think I'm confused if this falls under C, 30 days to bring WCF into compliance by providing to the city an independent third-party engineering certification paid for by the applicant that such towers meet the building and safety codes if the city of Lakewood requires. But I since we're talking about B and C, I really encourage that we look into liability insurance, which is what other municipalities have required, and a bond requirement. This is very important. Thank you.
Okay. So, Counselor or Mr. Fellman, just to address those two issues.
Yeah. So obviously I'm not looking at the document that was marked up by the Lakewood Broadband folks, because if I was, you would be looking at it too. So I'm not sure as to whether this was the section where they proposed a bond and proposed liability. But it was my understanding after speaking to staff that construction projects generally require bonds. Mr. Goldstein or maybe Mr. Whitaker might be able to address that. So I wasn't sure if one of the reasons that we didn't want to put a bond requirement in here was because we're treating construction in the right of way. Similarly, and again, remember that this is not just for facilities in the right of way. So this would be someone who is filing an application to build a 150-foot tower on private property, or someone who's filing an application to put an antenna array on the side of a bank building. It was my understanding that there are other parts of the code that deal with development generally that require bonds and that address liability issues. So that's my answer on the bond part of it. And why don't I let Mr. Goldstein or Mr. Whitaker address that if I didn't accurately describe the city's process, and then we'll talk about liability issues separate.
I think Ms. Hine actually would be best able to address that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ann. I forgot that you were here.
But I think we need to get her added to the meeting. So if we can just wait a second.
Ann Hine, City Engineer. The public way ordinance does require collateral in the form of a bond, a letter of credit, or cash with a public way permit.
So in short answer, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Hine, thank you. And then the liability part, Mr. Fellman?
Sure. My recollection of the time that I was able to have one of the discussions that I had with the legal counsel for the Lakewood Broadband Group about the insurance was that we weren't talking about general liability. There were specific proposals for liability, relating to basically health impacts from radio frequency emissions. What was not clear to me in the proposal from the Lakewood Broadband Group, and again, that's because my perception is about 90% of the both written and verbal discussions we have been talking about small cells in the rights of way with facilities potentially closer to people's homes, is that there are a lot of sites throughout Lakewood, as I just mentioned, whether they're tower sites on private property or antenna sites on privately owned buildings that these provisions covered. And it was not clear to me whether the kind of liability that would preclude any kind of or require coverage in case there was ever a lawsuit over health impacts. Was that something that was imposed as a land use requirement on all kinds of facility or wireless facilities in the rights of way? And then either way, depending upon how it might be proposed to be worded, the federal law requires that our regulations on any kind of local government regulations on any kind of telecommunications providers must be competitively neutral and non-discriminatory in how they are applied. So clearly, there have been plenty of discussions and writings and studies about EMF emissions from electric distribution facilities, and there's EMF exposures even from aerial wires. I know a lot of people have suggested that a wired system is better, and I agree that that from what I've read, the emissions are less, but they're not eliminated if you have an aerial wired system. So the question that I had to staff was, do you impose these, or would you consider imposing these liability insurance requirements on all utility providers, telecommunications, electric, et cetera? And that was, appeared to be beyond the scope of what we were talking about and what we were looking at and what we were, as a staff, were comfortable recommending to the council. I am not aware. Again, I'm happy to be corrected. I have been wrong before, but I am not aware of any Colorado community that requires that kind of liability insurance for all or even some of the wireless facilities that are cited through land use codes and streets code. So that's in general why we did not feel comfortable proposing it, and happy to take any follow-up questions or whatever direction council wants to provide.
Thank you for that. So again, we have a motion and a second on B and C. Councilor Johnson, your hand is up.
Yes, actually, as I'm reading through the proposal I had for 17.10.4 B and C, I have all new facility applications. I would be fine if an existing pole is substantially altered. It must have a radio frequency radiation study, and the results must be documented to the city to include actual levels and predicted levels of radio frequency. Actually, I think Ken has a point that you don't know what they are until they're up there. But once that pole is up and they've got the antenna, they've got to have testing on it to see what that radio frequency is. It needs to be documented and given to us.
So Councilor Johnson, is that an amendment that you want to make to B or C, or just a statement?
Well, I had asked for this to be part of that. If an existing pole is substantially altered, it must have a radio frequency radiation study. It's on the right side there.
Okay.
And the results must be documented to the city to include actual levels and predicted levels of RFR.
Okay. Mr. Feldman, I see your comments there.
Yeah, I'm trying to open them up and I'm not, I'm having a hard time. There we go. All right, so my note was the code defines the radio frequency emissions letter. I was not sure if we were proposing a study that was something different than that, but it sounds like it is, that we're looking at post deployment testing now.
Well, study might be the wrong answer, Ken, or the wrong term. But they do need to have some type of documentation that includes what the level is of the emissions. I don't know what, to document it.
Yeah, I think the requirements are now, right? So again, we're in submittal requirements. So this is what you're going to be asking for before a site is built. If it's an eligible facilities request, so if they are allowed to modify it and you have no discretion, you can't request any of this stuff. If you are submitting for approval of a site, that could be a modification that's not an eligible facilities request. So something that is a substantial change in the physical dimensions of the site, or it could be a brand new site. And the way I read B, it would require this information from a substantial modification, and it would require it for a brand new site. So you're going to get that radio frequency emission letter that says these are the predicted outputs that the either new site or modifications to the site are going to emit. So I think that part of it is covered. If you want to require post-deployment testing, then again, I think maybe we'll get to the end of this whole document and then we'll circle back and say, wait a minute, where did we want to put that? But I don't think we've gotten to that part of the code yet, which is where we would want to insert it. And frankly, maybe I should defer to Tim on this from a legal standpoint. At whatever point, Mayor, that you want to have that discussion and get council feedback in the form of a vote, maybe the best thing to do is to come up with the language and then ask staff when we're not in the middle of a council meeting going back and forth, scrolling through the document to figure out the best place to insert whatever council directs us to insert.
That's fair enough. The main thing that I'm interested in is that there is mandatory third-party emission testing. If it's 12 months, 18 months, but that to me is just good business practice. And I would think businesses would want to know what their emissions are. And that's the whole point of this. Yeah. Wherever it fits,
Yeah, Councilmember Johnson, to a point and a question of clarification. I don't disagree with you what we think good business practice is. I would just tell you what we think good business practice is. They're not always going to agree with us on that. But I don't disagree with you as to you'd always want to know that your business is compliant with whatever regulations you're subject to. But you said third-party emissions testing, and I need to ask you what you mean by that, because are you suggesting that the applicant cannot use whatever consultant they ordinarily use for their radio frequency testing, that somebody else, maybe it would be the city, or the city and the applicant would have to choose a third party between them? I guess I need a little bit more direction on what your intent is there.
That's fair enough to ask. A third party is somebody that is unbiased, that is not part of that business. And frankly, the city, I don't know that we have anybody that has the qualifications to be doing it. That's what a third party means to me. Somebody that's unbiased, but they have strong qualifications.
Well, okay, so the city, I agree with you. There's probably nobody on city staff that's qualified to do that. If the city wanted to hire someone, there are a handful of consultants they could go to hire them. And I'm sure staff would hire someone that they think were unbiased. But that doesn't mean somebody couldn't accuse them of being biased. And I'll just say, as someone who considers himself to be providing an unbiased opinion of what the law is, I know what it feels like to face those accusations of bias. So, and I only raise that because whatever council's direction is here, I want to make sure that we do it in a way that's as clear as you possibly mean. There are some of these companies that hire outside consultants, so they're not employees of the companies, but you may have a company that does some work for industry and some work for local government. You may have some consulting firms that only work for local governments or only work for the industry. And who gets to say whether a third-party consulting firm is biased or not biased?
Yes, no, I understand that. I understand where you're coming from. And as far as the good business practices, if a business doesn't really have the understanding that they have a certain ethical standard to reach, these are health issues, then I'm perfectly fine with our city saying to them, look, if you're going to operate in Lakewood, we just want to make sure that your emissions are within the limits, and put that kind of pressure on them. I just think that they should welcome us so that they know exactly what's going on with their emissions. That to me just makes good sense. If they don't want to do it, then we'll kind of have to hold their feet to the fire. That's all right with me.
Okay. So B and C, Councilor Springsteen, we have a motion and a second on B and C.
Are we still doing discussion?
Yep, on B and C, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I was just gonna make the point that Centennial requires this in their wireless master license contract. And if we're not gonna put it in here, where can we put it in? As far as coming up with an independent third party to do the testing, there has to be a way that we could come up with that. Thanks.
So, Mr. Feldman, my understanding is these things are potentially doable or not, but this may not be the section quite for these yet.
Yeah, I think that's fine. It's interesting for me to hear that Centennial does it, and that's another good resource. I think that Centennial has a number of master license agreements in place. So it clearly, if Lakewood wanted to do these things and the council was comfortable asking staff to do this in license agreements, we could certainly look at what Fort Collins does and look at what Centennial does. If council has other examples of other Colorado cities and what they're doing, we could look at those as well. There may be some other legal hurdles that we may face as a result of existing agreements that the city already has entered into over the last few years with other companies. But I think staff would do our best to, going forward, try to come up with something that is both reasonable and, to the extent that it's as strict as what other communities are doing, we can, try our best to get that done and report back as to what our findings are.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Motion and a second on B1, B, and C. Any more discussion? All right. Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Hall,
Aye.
Able, Councilor Able,
I'm sorry, could we restate the motion, please?
So, Councilor Able, it's essentially everything in the blue that is in B1B and B1C.
And this is what Ramey moved?
No.
Yes. Aye.
Vincent,
Aye.
Gutwein,
Aye.
Bieda.
Aye.
Counselor Bieda,
I'm sorry, aye.
thank you. Skilling,
Yes.
Springsteen,
I think no.
Franks,
Aye.
Johnson,
Yes.
LeBure,
Yes.
Harrison.
Aye.
Motion passes 10 ayes, 1 nay, the nay being Springsteen.
Okay. And then we jump down to F, inventory of sites.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, for this line, I'm just looking to see why it wasn't redlined. We already had this language in there, and CCOLO recommended that we have a section on inventory of sites, and it was similar to this. We didn't think it was substantively different. So we were just pointing out this is something that the Lakewood Broadband Group recommended, and that was already in what was approved on first reading. So I'm not sure that we need any amendment or any motion here, because we already have the language.
Okay. Next area would be and 2, I believe, Counselor Able.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Able, if you'll permit me just to, since we've had a similar discussion before on another issue, Councilmember Able suggested, I think with reason, that we shouldn't allow these things in easements. And my comment in the margin is a citation from a Colorado statute that actually has been in place since 1996, which specifically says that we have to allow them in easements. So with all due respect to what was a good idea of his, the legislature has already preempted us.
Okay. So no action there. And then going down to 4, there's just a from property may to property will be.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Councilmember Able and I are in agreement here. He certainly won't be shy about correcting me if I'm wrong there. But he and I both intended, and staff intended, that the property, the graffiti will be removed. What the language is intended to say here, it may be removed by the city at its sole discretion. So in other words, the first part of this says we give them notice and they have to fix it. And notwithstanding that, for any facilities in the public rights of way or on public property, if we want to, in the city's discretion, we can fix it and bill the owner or operator for the costs. So it just creates an option, but in either way, the graffiti gets removed.
Does that jive? Okay, so no action on any of those.
Okay.
Okay, so anything else in 17.10.4 before we move on to 0.5? Okay, so let's move into 0.5 and we go to the first highlighted section. Counselor Able, this is yours.
Yes, I just think that it provides too much discretion. And I'd like to see it removed.
Okay. Mr. Fellman?
My understanding was that Councilmember Able didn't initially want to see it removed. He just wanted to add the words "and documents," so that the city would still have the authority to waive the requirements, not just if it determined that the goals of the chapter were better served, but that it documented that that was the case. So if I may have misunderstood that, but that's purely a policy decision on the part of the council, and I think staff is fine with it either way.
I think that the addition of the word overcomes my concern. If we add "and documents."
Okay. So then that would be the proposal, Counselor Able.
Yes, so moved.
Second.
Okay, so I have Mayor Pro Tem Skilling and Counselor Franks, who both indicated a wish to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think I guess we can probably wait if we're going to vote separately on the addition of "and documents. But Counselor Franks and I have a couple of amendments to this paragraph that if it was more than just adding the addition of "and comments, it would have been more relevant. I think if we just vote on the "and documents" and then come back to the amendments that we have to this section, I think that's the way.
Okay. Counselor Franks.
Oh, and I just wanted to add that I think that, in the multiple revisions on that, I believe I was one of the authors, maybe others added as well, but the "and documents" definitely was one of my red lines. But I think when you start talking about edits and comments, it all got mashed together. So I'm definitely in support of the "and documents" as one of the authors of that. Thanks.
Great. Okay, motion is second on "and documents." Any other discussion? Seeing done, Madam Clerk.
Hall.
Aye.
Able.
Aye.
Vincent.
Yes.
Gutwein.
Yes.
Bieda.
Aye.
Skilling.
Yes.
Springsteen.
Yeah.
Franks.
Yes.
Johnson.
Just a clarification, we are voting on the easements, is that correct?
No.
No.
Further down, Counselor Johnson, 17.10.5A, looks like sentence or line 4 or 5. Provided, however, the city may waive these requirements if it determines, and we're adding "and documents."
Okay, fine, thank you. My apologies. Yes.
Thank you. LeBure.
Yes.
Harrison.
Yes.
Motion passes 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Skilling and Counselor Franks, now does your next amendments, do they fit in before we have the whole blue line going down further?
Well, I'll do, I think, the first one, and then Counselor Franks has another one. Let me just read where we have it. There's the provisions here about the planning director shall have the authority. If you see that section there, the amendment, as I put in there, says, "and in the case of residential property, the normal procedures for obtaining a variance are followed, e.g. notice, hearing, etc." So originally that sentence would have gone, I guess it was meant to go somewhere in this section, basically just to say that while it is true that the director or city staff can make those types of changes, we just wanted to be clear that it would have to go through a variance procedure. And that variance procedure shouldn't be any different than our normal variance, and with a emphasis on public notice and having an opportunity to be heard and so forth. So I think it goes after that sentence where right before that blue type, where it says those types of WCFs, I think it would be comma, and in the case of residential property, ... which is in my comment there. I think that's where that would go.
Mr. Mayor, are you looking for feedback from me?
Sure.
All right, so I'm going to stop typing then and talk separately. My only concern is that one of the reasons that we put these basically often referred to as administrative waiver provisions in wireless codes is because you have these federal statutes that have been in effect since the 90s that say local land use controls unless a local regulation would prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the ability to provide wireless service. So you set your general rules, but you have to acknowledge that on a site-specific basis, in some places, the application of your local regulations may be preempted as to a certain site. And because we are subject to make decisions within the constraints of a federal shot clock, which for brand new sites, tower sites, 150 days, and for co-locations is 90 days. For small cells, both for new small cells and co-locations, it's 90 days under state law, but the folks in the industry will tell you it's 60 days for co-locations under federal law, and that's one of the areas where our state and the federal law is different. Can you get through a variance process or a special use permit process or whatever the appropriate land use approval might be in less than 90 days in some cases, or less than 150 days in other cases? So I guess I don't have a problem from a policy standpoint wanting to strive for you using those tools in your land use toolbox, but I would need staff to weigh in on whether it's practical to expect that those tools can be used and comply with the shot clocks.
We do have Paul Rice on the call as well, I believe. If Mayor or Mr. Feldman, if you would
Please.
like him, we can just hold for him to be added.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening, Mr. Rice. How are you?
I'm doing well. You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
So there's kind of two pieces. In listening, I think we said we had 60 to 90 days. Is that correct?
In the case of a new site, it would be 150 days.
150 days. So we could get through both a variance or a special use in that time frame. Typically, when we get a variance application, there's the time that it takes to apply for it. There's 30 days to get the notice out and get to the hearing. And so we could do that. It is a tight time frame. And with a special use, it's a little longer. But yes, in both of those, if we had 150 days, we could get through both processes.
Thank you. So Mayor Pro Tem, do you see the language added? Does that get you to what you're looking for?
Unmute myself. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Barb. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, I was looking at the language in your comment and I wasn't sure if you wanted to pull that in whole or whether what had been typed on screen was sufficient.
I think it's sufficient. When we say subject to normal variance procedures, I think I'm fine with that. I mean, that's what was encompassed when I said e.g. notice, hearing, etc. So I think that the shorthand is probably better. So I'm fine with the green language.
So moved.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Cox.
Just very briefly, and in fact, I wonder if I could pose this to Mr. Rice if he's still on the line. variances are a function of the Board of Adjustment, and there are regulations scattered throughout our code concerning what their authority is. I would want to make sure, if not now, then after the fact, that it's clear in other places that the Board of Adjustment has authority to grant variances in this area. I'm not sure that they ever have. Doesn't mean they can't. Just I'm a little uncertain about whether there's language out there that defines the Board of Adjustment's authority to include this type of a variance. It may just be that we need to add a little bit of language somewhere to coincide with this and say that their authority does include that type of variance case. But if you have any thoughts on that.
Okay. So do you want to go forth with that, and then we'll just have to see, and if we have to have a cleanup via the Board of
I think so. I don't think there's any harm in including the language here. If we need to go back and amend something elsewhere to make sure the board has authority, we can do that.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, is that sufficient to move?
Yes.
Councilor Frank, second.
Yes, second.
Okay, motion is second. Councilor Johnson, your hand is up.
Yes. Excuse me, but it's on something else.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and vote. Madam Clerk.
Paul,
Aye.
Able,
Aye.
Vincent,
Aye.
Gutwein,
Aye.
Bieda,
Aye.
Skilling,
Aye.
Springsteen,
Aye.
Franks,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
LaBeer,
Aye.
Harrison.
Aye.
Motion passes 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Great. Councilor Franks, you had a secondary amendment in this section?
I did, and it's related to my comment for those looking at their paper copy, comment B66, which talks about design standards can be administratively changed. And so what I would like to propose is a motion to add language in the appropriate spot that's determined. Is what it would read is, regardless of any changes in design standards, in no event shall the distance between WCFs in a residential zone be less than 600 feet.
Okay. Mr. Feldman?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second, and I guess we need to see where that goes.
Mr. Mayor, did you want my feedback, or are we at a point where it's just council discussion here?
No, certainly want your feedback, but we also need to see where you would recommend that going.
Yeah, I mean, if the motion is approved, we'll fit it somewhere in this blue language here towards the bottom of paragraph A, middle to bottom of paragraph A. My only concern about this, and you have all heard me probably say ad nauseum, that the federal law says that our regulations, if they have the effect of prohibiting the ability of a company to provide service, are preempted. The reason we put in these waivers is to say whether it's you can't meet the height, or you can't meet the setback, or you can't meet the undergrounding requirement, or you can't meet the separation standards, that if somebody can prove that the network won't work, it's the only way they can do it. And the city gets their own expert to independently evaluate that and says, yeah, they really can't make the network work. If you make them comply, then your local regulation is preempted. So I just caution you, whether it's this topic or any topic where you say, regardless of what we've said, we're never going to change this. To me, that's asking for trouble. So with all due respects, Councilmember Franks, that would be my legal objection to that kind of language.
So, and I do have Councilor Frank's hand up as well as Mayor Pro Tem Skilling.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I just wanted to, state that the reason why we put the variance in was certainly the variance process in was to address that. But, our community has spoken pretty loudly about the, wanting us to do what we can to put strength of language in. And if design standards are all done administratively, I think that just left too much concern. Certainly interested in hearing what the other counselors have to say, but I think it strikes a reasonable balance. I think we've thought about the various aspects of it. Certainly, I believe in it, but I would certainly want to hear what Councilor Skilling and others have to say.
Mayor Pro Tem Skilling.
Yeah, one of the reasons this was in this section is exactly what Councilor Franks just said, that there is the variance piece, but also keeping in mind that, and just for the public to note as well, listening in, that the design standards, as we discussed at the study session, right now, the current distance would be the 600 feet. And so this just adds one more layer. If the design standards were to change and were lowered for some reason, it would trigger this, that in no event would it be less than the 600, and then you'd have to actually come to an ordinance change rather than just something that's administratively done. It's kind of just a one more layer of, if we're going to make these changes, the expectation right now in our design standards is 600. If that's going to change, we need that to be more than simply a change administratively. We need it to be in a forum like this where the expectations are, hey, it used to be 600, now it's moving to X, whatever that is. So I think that was really just wanted to explain kind of where we were coming from on that.
Thank you. Councilor Able.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add that Fort Collins has the 600-foot distance, and I support everything that Councilwoman Franks has just said. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bieda?
Same for me.
Okay.
I agree.
All right. Motion and a second. So, Mr. Feldman, on that language, do you have I think it's in the comments, but we'll figure out where it goes, but what exactly we are.
Yeah, I have a question though of Mayor Pro Tem Skilling and Councilmember Franks that maybe they can clarify. Two things. I was thinking that we meant one thing, and then when Mayor Pro Tem Skilling was talking, it struck me that maybe what you were saying is you can change the 600-foot separation, but only council can do that in the code. The staff can't do that administratively. Is that what you were saying, or were you saying it just can't be done under any circumstance?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, I wanted to speak to that. So basically, this was a provision that we wanted to put in to force it back to a council's decision. So council can, change anything at any time, but putting it in the ordinance requires that if a later council wants to make it less or more, if they want to change that in any way, that it has to come back to, because all of our ordinances are subject to future council's modifications, unless I'm missing something here and we're doing something into perpetuity.
Yeah, and I agree exactly with that. That's exactly the point, is that it just makes it so that council has to make that decision, and it keeps all the expectancies kind of in check. But to the point about we may have to have Councilor Franks read that again. I don't know if it's in the comments. Maybe she can speak to that. Is it the same one that you read from the outset?
It is the same one that emailed you, and it just is, regardless of any changes in design standards, in no event shall the distance between WCFs in a residential zone be less than 600 feet.
Okay, let me ask a clarification question on that last point. Is it between all WCFs or standalone WCFs? And let me tell you why I'm asking, because I think there's an important policy distinction. You've heard Ben mention a couple of times that one of the policy goals is to minimize new vertical structures, new poles in the rights of way, especially in residential neighborhoods, right? We want to minimize new poles in the rights of way. That would suggest if you can take down an XL light pole and put up a new light pole in the same location and put a wireless facility there, that's preferred over a new standalone pole. And there are some neighborhoods where streetlights are closer than 600 feet apart. So if what I have seen many communities do, not all, but many, is to say whatever their separation requirement is, 600 feet more or less, it's between standalone wireless poles in the rights of way and not any WCFs. So that if you have streetlights that are 400 feet apart and Verizon wants to site on one of them and AT&T wants to get a site, you'd rather have AT&T go on a streetlight that's already there than to put up a new standalone pole that has nothing on it other than antennas. So is that clear what my question is? Or 600 feet between any WCFs or just standalone poles in the rights of way?
And Ken, could you provide clarification for what you know of Fort Collins code? Is that consistent with theirs? Do you know?
Yeah, Ben, I'm sorry. I'd have to look it up because, like I mentioned at the outset, I did not work on their code.
I appreciate that. I think from when I looked at it, I don't know, several weeks ago when it was being discussed, that perhaps they still allow for an administrative variance to go lower than the 600 feet. But we could certainly look into that. Or a variance, I guess, also if the cell phone companies provide clarification that their network won't work.
So I'll go back to the Mayor Pro Tem or Councilor Franks on that follow-up from Ken as to standalone poles or co-location.
Well, on that, I mean, obviously that brings in another dimension. I mean, obviously this is a multi-dimensioned thing. I definitely, at this point, it's really from our part of the community, it's really that pole clutter. We're in the hilly part. So the pole clutter, is there a recommended, what we're trying to do is achieve this separation and trying to achieve this less, and we know there's a lot of different factors. Obviously, we've got terrain, which may make signals do different things where, there's requirements. So ideally, we keep this separation, but the co-location piece, how would we address that wording wise in order to minimize impact on the community from both numbers of units and the pole clutter? Is there a way to achieve both of those goals by slightly modifying that wording?
Well, as a starting point, if you look at the language I just put up in green, any modification of a 600-foot separation standard, which is what's in the administrative regs today, and I put between standalone poles in the public rights of way, can only be made by an amendment to this code. So it would have to come back to council. You're correct. I mean, in some ways, we're playing three-dimensional chess here, and we can make it. We can address an additional complexity, and then discuss whether you want to give staff the discretion or whether all of this would have to come back to council. To maybe in a certain case, you might want more poles in a neighborhood and have them be 600 feet apart than having fewer poles overall in the neighborhood, and having them be on existing streetlights where you don't have to put up any new poles, but the streetlights are 450 feet apart. I think just all I can tell you is that in my experience of working with multiple communities on this, the avoidance of pole clutter generally has trumped most of the other concerns. That's not to say that the other concerns aren't valid, but at the end of the day, what many people are really concerned about is we want as few new poles added to our neighborhoods as possible. And in that sense, in order to encourage these sites to go on existing vertical infrastructure, you make it as easy as possible to do that, and you make it more difficult to put up the standalone poles. So that my suggestion would be if Lakewood, as a policy matter, shares that priority to minimize pole clutter, I think the language that's proposed here is the better way to do it. I'm certainly open to other suggestions.
Councilor Franks or Mayor Pro Tem, and then I have Councilor Springsteen's hand up. So if you two want to noodle on that.
Well, I think it's important also remember that this is supposed to be in connection with design standards. We had thought that having this type of regulation was properly kept within the design standards. We talked about that at the study session, that recommendation that was made by staff, I believe, to keep those standards as a separate design standards document was the right way to go. So a lot of this discussion would happen on the design standards part. So I guess the question would be, what's the verbiage in the design standards as to standalone? If our existing language in the design standards is 600 now, is that saying specifically on the standalone poles? Because the language should just be consistent in the two. Our only point was to provide that stopgap between the two.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, good point that they ought to be consistent. And the design standards do, for the reason I articulated just a minute ago, say 600 feet between standalone poles.
Okay. Councilor Springsteen?
Oh, I was just going to make the point that Greenwood Village again has the 600-foot separation, I believe, between all WCFs. And, you know, there was discussion about that telecom companies need to prove that they need more than that. Doesn't seem to me there's a reason why they would. Thanks.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Franks, are you okay with that amendment? So moved and seconded, highlighted in green.
Yeah, I was trying to find the section in the design standard. Basically, as long as, like I said, Councilor Skilling was pretty clear that we were just trying to basically say this language exists over in a design standard which is controlled administratively, and the stopgap. So as long as we know that language lines up, yes, I'm perfectly fine because we're achieving the objective we set out to do.
And I would second.
Okay. All right, folks, we have a motion, a second on the green highlighted language. Any more discussion? Please call the votes.
Paul?
Aye.
Able?
Aye.
Vincent?
Aye.
Gutwein?
Aye.
Bieda?
Aye.
Skilling?
Aye.
Springsteen?
Aye.
Franks?
Aye.
Johnson?
Aye.
LeBure?
No.
Harrison?
Aye.
Motion passes 10 ayes, 1 nay, nay being LeBure.
All right, so let's move above the green, Mr. Fellman. All right.
Yep. So the language that you see in blue is similar to, it's basically, we took language that was proposed by one of the Lakewood broadband members, and we modified it to make it more consistent with existing code provisions and terminology.
And no consternation with this?
No, well, yeah, it starts with the language, the design standards in this section, because the language right before that was a previous amendment. So, yes, it's kind of descriptive, clarifying language about why we're doing this.
Okay.
And makes it clear that it applies to new facilities and modified facilities and even legal non-conforming structures when they are sought to be modified to the extent that that's not inconsistent with the law. So we view it as clarifying language that probably is helpful in the long term.
Okay, great. Mayor Pro Tem, motion on that?
I motion to adopt the proposed amendment as outlined in blue in the red line.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Seeing none, can we please call the roll?
Hall.
Here, aye.
Able.
Aye.
Vincent.
Aye.
Goodwin.
Yes.
Bieda.
Aye.
Skilling.
Yes.
Springsteen.
Yes.
Franks.
I too am here and I'm an I.
Johnson.
Yes.
LeBure.
Aye.
Harrison.
Yes.
Motion passes 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Okay, great. So then we move down to number 2 with commented Councilor Able, I believe. Delete provides too much leeway in determining, and then Ken, I think you said this is a council policy discussion.
Mayor, I'm okay with the existing language.
All right, council, any other comments about that? Okay, so we'll just move forward then, and we'll go to the next page under 4. I'll go back to you, Councilor Able.
Excuse me, Mayor, I do have my hand up.
Okay, Councilor Johnson.
Thank you. And it's my apologies here. On page 17 at the bottom there, it was talking about the graffiti, and this got by me and I didn't get it done. Talks about the removal by the city. You never get the applicant to do the work. The city will have to pay for it every time. And I would just like to at least consider putting in there to charge a fine in addition to the cost of the work, to kind of put a little bit of a hammer on them so that they know that they really should be the ones doing it rather than us. And even if you wanted to, you could double that fine every 4 to 5 days. So I would like to make that amendment, please.
So we got to see exactly where that goes.
It's under D4, talking about the graffiti, and it says may be removed by the city at its discretion. And the owner or operator of the WCF shall pay all costs of such removal within 30 days. But I'm saying to add a fine as well. And I'd like to make that amendment that we add maybe a $30 fine just to kind of prompt them to make sure that they are doing what they should do. My apologies for having to go back.
Yeah. So before we do that, I think just 2 clarifying. One is, from what I've heard, we could potentially be singling out an industry with separate fineage, whereas we are not doing it across the board. And secondly, would that be a municipal court fine? And how would that work?
Well, those are good questions, and I'd love to have Mr. Cox weigh in and Mr. Fellman.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I think you're on the track. We don't have unlimited authority to impose fines for what we consider to be doing or failure to meet your obligations. Those are things that generally have to be adjudicated for a judge to say, I find that you haven't met your obligations in the code, and therefore find you in violation and fine you X dollars. I'm pretty confident, and can certainly jump in. I'm pretty confident that that there be an authority problem with attempting to impose fines under the circumstances, because it's not possible to simply impose a fine for missing a deadline. It's got to be found by the court to have been a violation of the code.
Mr. Feldman, do you have anything to add to that?
I was planning on punting to Mr. Cox because I'm not the municipal court expert, but I do think that if in the city's general offenses code, it has provisions regarding graffiti, and keeping in mind that this paragraph D4 deals with graffiti on WCFs in the public rights of way or on public property. It would seem to me that you might have some flexibility amending your general offenses ordinance dealing with graffiti on public property, and maybe providing some, this is kind of a reimbursement requirement in the land use code, but I would think that if you had a general graffiti ordinance related to graffiti on public property, there might be a quasi-criminal fine that you can impose in municipal court as well, but that would be the place to do it, not in here.
I agree. It would have to be graffiti on public property generally.
Okay.
Looking to see what we have on that. I haven't had a look at that.
And I have Counselor Franks and then Counselor Bieda.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. And I just wanted to suggest that maybe for items like this, we're going to be looking at proposing like a 1-year look back where we can get some historical perspective on things. It may turn out that it's not an issue. There's obviously there's a lot of complexity to this, and I don't have any documentation for an amendment. So if maybe Councilor Johnson would be willing, that just make that part of the kind of our look back. If you're in support of that we kind of see what our experience has been with regards to graffiti, and then consider action at that time.
That's an interesting thought, but if it's not a problem, then it, when we do our look back, it won't say much either. So,
Councilor Bieda.
I'd like to just add a little story here. A couple of years ago, my 90-year-old mother had graffiti sprayed all over her fence, wooden fence, as well as the brick poles, and she got a notice from the city that she had 3 days to have it removed, or the city would do it and send her a bill. So, of course, who got to be an expert at removing graffiti. And, if it's good enough to impose that kind of requirement against my 90-year-old mother, I think we can do it against we should be able to find a way to enforce it against the self-providers as well. That's all.
Yep. I appreciate it. And I think it is uniform across the board is what I'm thinking. I'm seeing Mr. Cox looking at that. So if it's different, we can try to come back to that. So
yeah, I think we should take the time to look at it and make sure we're consistent with what's already there. And I don't think anyone intended for Mr. Bieda's mother to have to remove the graffiti. I think it was probably intended for him to do it for her.
Yeah, there you go. All right, we're back to number 4 with noise. I think that's Counselor Able.
Thank you, Mayor. Every time we discuss our noise ordinance, we're told that we don't have a decibel limit, and therefore it's not enforceable. This refers to the must not exceed the levels permitted in the City of Lakewood Municipal Code. So do we have levels described, Mr. Cox, or is that
We
kind of meaningless verbiage?
Well, it's no, we don't, and no, it isn't, I guess is the simple answer. But there was a time, and I know we've gone over this a couple of times. There was a time when we did use an objective measuring standard to determine the number of decibels allowed from certain locations. And my understanding is a lot of jurisdictions have done that and then have gotten away from it because of difficulty in agreeing on where the measurements should be taken from. You do it here and you do it there. You get different results, even though it looks like the same location. Ambient noise, I know, is something that's a problem there. If you point a decibel meter at what you consider a source of noise, but there are vehicles passing by or other sounds, other noises in the area, that counts towards the total, and you can't really tell who's responsible for generating which levels of noise. So what we have is a reasonableness standard, which I know we talk a lot about when that's appropriate, when that's not, but police agents are empowered to determine that a noise is unreasonable based on the location and the time and the nature of the sound. So we do have an enforceable noise ordinance. It's just not enforceable by objective numeric standards is I guess how I'd leave it.
And I believe that was the concern of the police chief when we brought up noise levels, that you can't enforce them if they're not prescribed. And if we don't provide decibel limits and decibel meters, then so. And you have said much the same thing, only you expanded on it, saying there's, reasonable. Reasonable is undefinable.
Well, it is and it isn't. There are lots of standards under the law where reasonableness is enforceable. A simple one would be, a negligence standard. If you are negligent under the circumstances, you owe a duty of care to another person not to harm them. That's measured by what a reasonable person would do under the circumstances. And so and that's just one example. There are lots of examples where that is applied. But I understand if you're not seeing those cases being tried in municipal court on a regular basis, which they're not, they don't come along very often, then you're left to think, well, anybody can decide their own version of what's reasonable. But judges do have to make that determination in deciding cases all the time. I'm not saying that that's the better approach to noise ordinances. Both are flawed. Both have problems. So no matter which one we have in place, people tend to want the other one.
Well, if you believe that we can enforce the quote noise levels prescribed in our municipal code, I'll go along with it. I just don't see how we can do it. And I've heard both sides say the same, different. Well, I've heard the issue described different ways, and but I'm willing to go along with this language.
Well, one thing is if we find it troubling that it says levels, and in fact there are no objective levels in the ordinance, then perhaps you could say noise generated on the site must not violate the city's noise ordinance, and that allows you to refer to that ordinance whether it's objective or not.
That just gets us back where we are. Perhaps it would be better to tackle the noise ordinance than to continue this discussion. So thank you, Mr. Cox.
Of course.
Okay, so we'll skip that. Counselor Johnson.
Thank you. Actually, I would have to agree with Counselor Able. We've had issues at one of the high schools in our ward, and I personally bought a decibel meter. There is no way to enforce this, and I'd like to, maybe it's a conversation for another time, to revisit our noise ordinance, but I'd also like to know what other cities are doing regarding noise. And I'm not comfortable and satisfied with the answer that we received.
Thank you. Okay, So going down a little bit further, I think Council Able, yours is next. All such expense, including the cost of water, shall be borne by the wireless provider.
Yeah, just to make sure that the city is not, that we should say by the wireless provider, not by the city. I just want to make it very clear that we're not on the hook for this.
All such expense, including the cost of water, shall be borne by the wireless provider. That's what's in there now, correct?
Or I can live with it if you think that's suitable.
Yeah, that was actually, it's highlighted in purple, and if I put my cursor over that, it looks like Councilmember Able. Oh, I see. It's what his comment is what's coming up. All right. I think that definitely means the wireless provider does it. I was going to ask the question whether anyone thought, instead of saying the cost of water, if we put the cost of irrigation, because I don't know if these kinds of landscaping irrigation costs go beyond water, or if that was the only concern.
I would agree with that suggestion too. And the this language in purple was added, I believe, in recognition of my suggestion there. So
okay,
this is taken care of.
All right. All right. So I've changed water to irrigation, and Mr. Mayor, if there are no other questions, I think that one gets voted on separately before we get to C.
Yeah. All right. Councilor Able, so moved on irrigation.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Madam Clerk.
Paul,
Aye.
Able,
Aye.
Vincent,
Yes.
Goodwine,
Yes.
Bieda,
Aye.
Skilling,
Yes.
Springsteen,
Yes.
Frank,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
LeBure,
Yes.
Harrison.
Yes.
Motion passes 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Okay. All right, to the next one.
So this language that is in blue was suggested by one of the Lakewood broadband folks, and it specifically was intended, at least the way I read it, to preserve trees and landscaping in the rights of way. I know, I think Councilmember Able had some concerns that I'm not sure if he was thinking that this also applied to landscaping that might be damaged on private property, but that's not part of this subsection. So the intent here from the Lakewood Broadband Group, if I can infer it, is to make sure that when we cite these facilities in the rights of way, that we preserve the landscaping that's in the rights of way.
Right. And I would just like to add the word the phrase right of way, where it says natural landforms on the right of way site. That way it is specified and they know they can't get 3 feet across the right of way and go chop down that mature tree that's getting in their way.
Okay, that's added.
So my motion would be to add the words right of way, existing mature tree growth and natural landforms on the right of way site shall be preserved to the maximum extent possible. Or shall be preserved, period.
Okay, is there a second?
Trees have a value.
Sure. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Okay. Motion is second. Any discussion on that change? Please call the votes.
Paul,
Aye.
Able,
Aye.
Vincent,
Aye.
Goodwine,
Aye.
Bieda,
Aye.
Skilling,
Aye.
Springsteen,
Aye.
Franks,
Aye.
Johnson,
May I just have a point of clarification? I believe that Counselor Able wanted to have a period behind preserved, and that would to eliminate to the maximum extent possible. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, then I am a yes.
This is Karen. We all voted on including that language to the maximum extent possible. If we're going to amend the motion, then we need to have another vote. But I think right now we were all assuming that the maximum extent possible was included in this motion.
No, I said and remove the phrase maximum extent possible. If you would like to re-vote, that's fine.
Well, is it?
Yeah,
It was
well,
part of the motion.
we're in the middle of the vote, so let's just finish the vote and then we can vote on an amendment to remove it if there's not clarification.
Johnson,
Yes, but I understand then we will go back for clarification. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
just to clarify, Ms. Johnson, your vote is yes?
Yes, with the caveat that I believe we will go back to clarify it to put a period behind preserved.
Thank you. LeBure?
Yes.
Harrison?
Yes.
Motion passes 11 ayes, 0 nays.
And Mayor, I'd like to put a period after shall be preserved.
So let's, you want to amend that to remove, to put a period
To
after.
the maximum extent possible. Just
Okay. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Motion and second, Counselor Franks.
Well, I guess because 5C kind of is an entire unit, the first sentence starts with, to the extent possible, a heritage tree. And so I'm trying to understand the difference. If sentence 1 is to the extent possible, how does removing it off of sentence 2 affect that to the extent possible? Can someone speak to that? I mean, are they completely unrelated and a heritage tree is different than an existing mature tree? And so it applies one place. I guess you help me understand that.
that's what I had assumed. They were talking about heritage trees, and I'm talking about all mature trees. However, to make it consistent, let's just say heritage trees and remove to the extent possible in both mentions in that paragraph. Will the Senator make agree to that?
I'll second that, Charlie.
Thank you.
Okay, this is Sharon. What is it that, so we're adding heritage trees and taking out mature trees in the second sentence?
No, it would now read, heritage trees and traditional landscaping design should be preserved in the rights of way. Existing mature tree growth and natural landforms on the site shall be preserved.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for asking.
Sure. Okay. And you got a second, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Feldman, can you reflect that change before we vote, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, hold on. I was doing it a different way, but let me do it this way.
And in the meantime, while you're doing that, Counselor Franks has her hand up. Counselor Franks, did you have something to add?
Yes, as I was chatting to myself here. So it looked like we were going from something where it was kind of a discretionary to the extent possible. And now we're going to that it's a kind of more of a must be preserved. And I wanted to know if staff had any opinions about, are we doing something in a public right of way that could cause issues. I just want to be sure we're thorough about this since it wasn't something that I had contemplated earlier.
Well, Councilor Franks, thanks for bringing that up. I sat here thinking about that very item, and I guess, anytime you're talking in absolutes, you shall do this or you shall not do that, you have to think about whether that handcuffs the city in other circumstances, unintended consequences. And I guess I'm not sure I've conceived of a fact pattern or a scenario this would run afoul of that or cause that sort of a ambiguity or that sort of a problem. But I think the risk exists whenever you say you shall preserve this. If it's a mature tree that is dying, it's not going to be preserved for reasons not related to the location of the facility. So I think that's the thing to be concerned about: is are we handcuffing the city to limit activity in the rights of way that we might have other reasons to have to get into.
I would add to that the concern that I would have is how this impacts siting of other utilities.
Mm-hmm.
Again, given that our rights of way regulations have to be competitively neutral, I'm 99% sure, maybe Ben can be looking for this while I'm speaking, but in the design standards, I think we have some requirements about distance from root structures and those kinds of things. But given the size of the rights of way, you may not 100% of the time put a pole up in a way that's not going to impact a tree or some other mature landscaping. And how this is, whether these kind of requirements are imposed on Comcast and CenturyLink and XL Energy and other entities that have poles in the rights of way, it would be a concern for me. And I don't know if the city has an arborist or somebody on staff who can address whether they think we can make a definitive, we will not approve any of these sites under any circumstance if it's going to negatively impact a tree. So I think I'd feel comfortable getting more feedback from whoever on staff has expertise in this area.
If I can help here, we actually do have an arborist on staff, and he's certainly not on this call right now. So that's something that we can look into and come back with that information if that's helpful.
Mayor, I think I have an answer for that.
Please.
We allow the existing utilities to trim trees to within 6 inches of their wires. That's except for the tree company that comes around and tells us that it's different, but that is the rule that XL and the others live by. As long as they can keep the growth of the tree out of the wires, that's what they do. And that's.
How about if they want to put in a new pole though, and they're digging a foundation and putting concrete in the ground, and how that might impact the root system? I'm just wondering what kind of requirements we impose on those companies in those cases.
If they kill a tree on my property by cutting through its roots, they owe me money. Trees have a value. Go to any tree farm and find out, the bigger the tree, the more valuable it is.
I certainly do not disagree with that. But given that this is a requirement about the rights of way, I'm wondering what the city practices today with how you would treat Comcast or XL or CenturyLink wanting to put a pole in the street that might impact a city-owned tree in the right-of-way.
I do think that's a concern.
Councilor Franks, your hand is up.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. And the reason why I'm I tend to lean into a little bit of discretion here is, for example, you could have a type of a tree that is not a particularly hardwood tree. It could be at the end of its, natural lifespan. It could be starting to show signs of disease. I mean, there could be a whole lot of things. I had to take out several trees in my own yard, loved them, but unfortunately they became elderly and sick and required to be removed. So I guess the hard and fast is what bothers me. I certainly love trees. I'm a gardener. People who know me know there's practically not a plant that I don't like, except if it's a weed that I don't want in my yard. I'm just afraid of that we're locking things in and we're taking discretion out for, there may be a real reason why we would want a tree to come down. Maybe it's unstable. It maybe is going to come down anyways, and this is a perfect time for it to be removed. So tree lover, I just want to be really cognizant that we're not locking ourselves into something where we give no flexibility.
And thank you, Councilmember Franks. Mr. Feldman, I did find in the design guidelines under section 4, accessory equipment and placement requirements, we do have a bullet that says equal distance between trees when possible, with a minimum of 15 feet separation, such that no proposed disturbance shall occur within the critical root zone of any tree. So we do have that in the design standards, but to your point, Councilmember Franks, I think there's always exceptions.
Councilor Able, your hand is still up.
Yes, it is. Ms. Franks is correct, but she's talking about her making the decisions on her trees. I don't want Excel making the decisions on my trees. So, where are we now? The extent possible?
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe it's been seconded, so.
Okay, Councilor Harrison, your hand is up.
Yes, I think I would like to add maximum extent possible back in for a couple of different reasons. I understand what you're talking about, Charlie. I could really support that. But there are lots of times, just exactly what Councilor Franks was talking about, where a tree could be, and we've got a lot of cottonwood, we've got a lot of elm trees in the city of Lakewood, and both of those could be diseased and need to come out. This might be the perfect time to do so. And again, these are rights of way. So I think we need to put it back in. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
And I'd like to make it clear, I'm not talking about a tree that grows entirely in the right of way. I'm talking about a tree in my yard that has roots extending into the right of way, that if chopped could kill the tree. So I'm sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, motion is second on this second part. So please cast your votes, or sorry, please call.
Paul?
No.
Able?
Yes.
Vincent?
No.
Gutwein?
No.
Bieda?
No.
Gilling?
No.
Springsteen?
Yes.
Franks?
No.
Johnson?
Yes.
LeBure?
No.
Harrison?
No.
Motion fails 3-8. Noes being Paul, Vincent, Gutwein, Bieda, Skilling, Franks, LeBure, and Harrison.
All right. So next, Councilor Able.
Again, all equipment not located within the public right of way. That would mean located in my yard? Or on an easement that is part of my, that grants me the use of that piece of property? Because if you have an easement, it is still your property, still on your title. It's just dedicated to a use. Like I have a easement for my ditch. That means ditch water can run through it. It doesn't mean they can stick a cell tower over there and call it good. On my easement, they can on the right of way. So why would they have equipment that is not located within the right of way? Where would it be located, Mr. Feldman?
Well, as I try to explain in my note, this whole section on design requirements does not deal only with facilities in the rights of way. It deals with all wireless facilities. So it might be a tower on an industrial property, and this section would require anything that's on that private property, whether it's easement or not, to be screened. It could be on a rooftop of a building that has a bunch of ground equipment in the parking lot of the office building, and this section would require that that facility to be screened. So this is not a grant of authority for anyone to put any wireless equipment anywhere. It simply says when you have wireless equipment that is not in the right of way and is not otherwise defined, it has to be screened. So how that would happen would be as part of the conditions of approval, but that's what this language is intending to address.
Okay, great. That is on the record, so there will be no misunderstanding later, and I can live with the language as it's presented.
Councilor Springsteen, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about something we had decided as a council when we were meeting in person, that when we were going late, we were going to, and I can't remember if it was past 10 o'clock or what time, that we would take a vote on whether to table something till the next meeting. I've been up since 5 a.m. and I'm having a hard time even keeping my eyes open. And this is a very important ordinance. And so I'm just wondering if anybody would be on board with tabling this to another session and finishing our language at that time. And in the meantime, that would give maybe citizens the opportunity to have that meeting they never had with Mr. Feldman. But I guess I'm confused about how we can make good decisions at these late hours. So I was hoping somebody might be on board with postponing the rest of this.
So I think if you want to make that motion to continue second reading, then you can make that to a date certain. So you need to pick a date for a regular meeting.
Okay.
Which next regular meeting is going to be August 10th or August 24th.
I guess, so I would go ahead and make a motion to continue the rest of this till, what would be the better date? Is August, which one is less?
Councilor Springsteen, honestly, there's not. We are, because of COVID and trying to get things back on schedule and kind of stacking, the rest of our schedules are pretty packed, so.
Yeah. Okay, August 8th then.
August what?
8th?
10th, you mean?
I thought you said the 8th, August the 8th?
The 10th?
The options are August 10th or August 24th, both of which are regular meetings. And it looks like they're both pretty equally
packed.
Yeah, maybe the 24th is a little less.
All right, well then I would move for the 24th.
Mr. Feldman's availability might, before you make the motion, we might check Mr. Feldman's availability as well.
Between the 10th and the 24th, Ken?
The 24th is better. I'm going to be out of town for a few days on the 10th, but I would make that work if you needed to do it that night.
Thanks.
Thank you. So
Okay, go ahead.
So I would move to continue the rest of this consideration of the ordinance until August 24th.
A second.
I will second that.
Okay, motion is second. Discussion. Counselor Vincent.
Yes, I won't be supporting that. We're on page 20 of 24. And I know several of us have probably been up till 5 o'clock, since 5 o'clock or 4:30. It's not even midnight yet, and we've certainly gone later. And I can't support when we're within 4 pages to postpone this anymore. So that's my thought.
Counselor Bieda.
Yeah, the record should reflect it's now 11:40. We've been here since 7 o'clock continuously without a break. And I do think that at some point it's counterproductive. I don't know how, we may only have a few pages left, but I don't know exactly what that's going to translate to in terms of our time. Plus, there may be additional motions being added after that. So, and I do think there's some value also in allowing the citizens to have a meeting which was intended, it didn't happen, to work out some of the whatever is remaining. We've got, some of this has already been passed, and so that's that's done. But there's still a lot left to deal with, and so there may be some value in allowing that to happen as well. So I'll support the motion.
Counselor Gutwein.
Thank you. It looks like we have about 4 amendments, and of course that could change as people may add additional. I would like to go ahead and move forward. We, as Councillor Vincent has mentioned, we have had longer meetings than this before, and I feel prepared to make a decision on everything that we have coming forward. Thank you.
Councilor LeBeer.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I feel like we've done about 6 months of postponing for this particular issue. We have a lot of other issues that we need to get to. And obviously we can always make law changes whenever someone decides to submit those at any point. So I feel like we should just continue this and get it done. So that's the way I'll be voting.
Well, again, when people have a day job
So
and
Counselor Springsteen, there is some order here. Please wait to be recognized. There's a little thing you can raise your hand.
oh, I thought I still had the floor.
No.
Okay,
Okay, so go
now
ahead.
I raised my hand.
Go ahead.
Again, this goes back to, I understand that a lot of people on council may not be in the same position as being a single parent and trying to support a family and being up since 5 a.m. But if I literally cannot go on, I'm going to tell you all. And that's the position I'm in right now.
Call the question.
So.
All right. So we have a motion and a second to continue this till August 24th. Will the clerk please take the vote?
Paul,
No.
Able,
No.
Vincent,
No.
Gutwein,
No.
Bieda,
Yes.
Skilling,
No.
Springsteen,
Yes.
Franks,
No.
Johnson,
Yes.
LeBeer,
No.
Harrison.
No.
Motion fails, 3 ayes, 8 nays. Nays being Paul, Able, Vincent, Gutwein, Skilling, Franks, LeBure, and Harrison.
Okay. So I did hear that there would be some folks who would like to take a 10-minute break to use the restroom or do some different things. So if that's acceptable, we will take a 10-minute break. It's 11:45. We'll be back here at 11:55. All right, I'd like to reconvene the Lakewood City Council virtual meeting of July 27th at 11:56 p.m. on Monday, the 27th. And so we'll pick up where we left off. And that would be taking us to now 17.10.5, 8B3 under natural vegetation. So submitted by the broadband group. And I think this is just an inclusion, Mr. Fellman.
Yes, it is. It's an addition that staff is supportive of.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I motion to adopt the proposed amendment as indicated in blue in the red line.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Madam Clerk.
Paul,
Aye.
Able,
Aye.
Vincent,
Aye.
Gutwein,
Aye.
Bieda,
Aye.
Skilling,
Aye.
Springsteen,
Aye.
Franks,
Aye.
Johnson,
Yes.
LeBure,
Aye.
Harrison.
Aye.
Motion passes 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Okay. So then we flip to the next page. Under 8, we go to D. And Councilor Able, I believe that is you for clarity.
Right, that, the wording in purple has been added by Mr. Spellman. Works for me. He does comment that it's, he asked whether we really need it here. Yes, just for clarity's sake.
Okay. So can we go below that too? The sufficiently demonstrates. What do you
Oh,
want?
yeah, we've hashed that out tonight. I'll withdraw that suggestion.
Okay, so moved on the no WCFs.
Yes, please.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk.
Paul,
Aye.
Able,
Aye.
Vincent,
Aye.
Gutwein,
Aye.
Bieda,
Aye.
Skilling,
Yes.
Springsteen,
Aye.
Franks,
Aye.
Johnson,
Yes.
LeBure,
Aye.
Harrison.
Aye.
Motion passes 11 ayes, 0 nay.
Thank you. So let's continue over to E. I don't know if Councilor Able, were you being funny about this is the only thing which we had consensus on?
No, we had consensus on this at the study session.
Okay.
But it's the only point that was raised for a consensus vote.
Okay. So is there any discussion on that, or Mr. Fellman, anything?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I recall that there was consensus, but I have a question of clarification. My understanding, and I may have misunderstood the council, was that this was with respect to equipment cabinets. Accessory equipment can include other things that are not in cabinets. So in other words, if you've seen pictures of poles that have antennas on the top, but pieces of equipment that are attached to the pole along the side, those kinds of things can be, are accessory equipment, but are not equipment cabinets. My recollection of the study session was that there was a discussion about, we've got a bunch of equipment cabinets in the rights of way. We don't want to add new ones within 150 feet of it. So I was concerned about whether we were using the right term. Is the right term accessory equipment, or is the right term equipment cabinets?
We wanted to keep, right now, the only thing that generally is clustered in the right-of-way are cabinets. But we don't want to add further accessory equipment to what's already blighted by cabinets. So the idea was, it's not just more cabinets in the same place. You don't want 4 cabinets in the middle of your front yard and then have a pole put on either side of them. I mean, eventually you have no view of the street. So that was the point made then, and I thought it was fairly clear.
All right, so just so that council understands what this would mean is that if you had equipment cabinets and 100 feet away from them, you had a street light that was being swapped out. So it was now going to be a street light with antennas on top. And there was a need to put attachments on the outside of that pole. This language would prohibit that and might require then the construction of a new standalone pole more than 150 feet away from those cabinets.
Yeah, and
I just wanted to avoid, see if there was an unintended consequence there.
No, that's it. And if they, they also have a 600-foot distance on the poles themselves. So, yeah, there is no reason that someone's front yard should be cluttered with all of this stuff. And we have it in a number of places in this city already. I don't want to aggravate the situation.
That raises another point of clarification. I'm sorry to keep asking questions, but you've mentioned front yards a number of times. Is this something you want to limit to residential neighborhoods? Is it different? Would it be different if it was commercial property or industrially zoned property?
It would, but we also have these things collected in front of schools, like over at South Lakewood Elementary School. There's a whole cluster of cabinets right there at the southwestern edge of the school. So it doesn't look good wherever it is, but especially in residential properties.
Right. Well, I throw that out there because this would also prohibit it in industrial zones. And of course, it would also open it up to a question of, is this a requirement that you put on Excel or CenturyLink or Comcast if they wanted to put up something on the side of a pole that was within 150 foot of a cabinet? Is there something in the code that would prohibit that now?
No, I don't know that, but Mr. Feldman, along with our property comes a line of sight view. And just like not being able to get sunshine on your front yard, you ought to be able to see the street. You don't want to look out there and see these ugly clusters of cabinets and other communications equipment. And they seem to like having it all put right in one spot. I just want to discourage that. And if you would like, and if we need to add it, to limit this to a restriction in residential areas only, that's fine with me. Commercial properties aren't generally so because of the view from the front yard.
So Mr. Able, do you want to add that into your motion and we can?
I would.
Okay.
I would. New accessory, it would now read new accessory equipment cannot be placed within 150 feet of existing utility accessory equipment in rights of way in residential areas.
Okay. We have a second. Okay. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Pro Tem Skilling, Mayor Pro Tem Skilling, your hands
My
up.
only thing is, instead of areas, maybe it should be zones because that's the language we've used throughout.
Right.
The zone.
That's fine. That works.
So that's okay. Okay. Anything else? Okay, please cast your vote, or Madam Clerk.
You're still here.
Paul?
Aye.
Able?
Aye.
Vincent?
Aye.
Gutwein?
Yes.
Bieda?
Aye.
Skilling?
Aye.
Springsteen?
No.
No? Okay. Franks?
Aye.
Johnson,
Yes.
LeBure,
Yes.
Harrison.
Yes.
Motion passes 10 ayes, 1 nay, nay being Springsteen.
Okay. So now we move into 17.10.5. We'll start with the first section of comments. There's nothing, but we'll start with those first section. There's nothing definitive, so we're gonna have to get some clarification. But Councilor Johnson, this is where you suggested some different things.
Yes, I would like to try and honor the broadband concerns as much as we possibly can. And just a minute here. I think I just... When it comes, whoops, what page are we on? I think I just took it off.
That's okay. You're at 17.10.5, and this is your spacing. I think you're looking at 1,200 feet.
Okay, I accidentally pushed it forward. I think as much as possible, I'd like to see us honor what the broadband has regarding spacing, also setbacks.
Okay, so your two amendments would be, I don't see your setback. I see your 1,200 in residential and 600 in commercial.
Just a second here. Somehow I got to the wrong page. Okay, here we go. 1,200 feet for the separation. There's a lot of concern about these poles and having pole clutter. And we've already done the 600 feet, so I think that's adequate. But yes, a separation between these poles. And this is mostly in residential neighborhoods. Let's see here. It doesn't really need to be that far apart in commercial, 600 feet.
So I think in your notes, I see that you wanted to do 1,200 feet in residential. Is that what you want to see?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. And is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for residential freestanding small cell facilities will have to be spaced 1,200 feet from one another. Will the clerk please take the vote?
Paul,
No.
Able,
No.
Vincent,
No.
Gutwein,
No.
Bieda,
Yay.
Skilling,
No.
Springsteen,
Yes.
Franks,
No.
Johnson,
Yes.
LeBure,
No.
Harrison.
No.
Motion fails 3-8, nays being Paul, Able, Vincent, Gutwein, Skilling, Franks, LeBure, and Harrison.
I'd also like to say this is negotiable to come down. So
So the next thing after going through those notes, I think from what I can see is the setbacks, Counselor Able, starts with your purple highlight there. Under 3.
Under 3.
Yes. A3. Provided, however, the city may reduce standard setbacks requirements if the applicant demonstrates that the goals of this section, yeah.
Right. I'd like to have the variance need to strike through performance options or through alternative compliance and make a variance process the only possibility there.
So would this line up with our previous variance standard essentially that we voted on earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Fellman?
If staff is comfortable that you can get this done within the context of the shot clock, then again, it's a policy decision for the council. And if you can meet the shot clock, I don't have a legal concern with it.
Okay.
Clarification question for you, Ken. Is this the shorter shot clock or the 150-day shot clock?
Well, this applies to all facilities except for the facilities in the rights of way. So this is going to apply for antennas on rooftops and building facades, towers on private property. So it could be a new facility that where you'd require a variance, in which case you'd have 150 days. Or if you had an existing facility and the facility owner wanted to, say, add a bunch of additional ground equipment to the site, and some of that ground equipment would extend into the setback, then you'd be dealing with a modification request. So you'd be looking at a 90-day shot clock in that situation.
Thank you for the clarification. I think Mr. Rice is still on. I don't know, it is pretty late, but if he is still on, I have some fear that 90-day might be a little tight for us. The 150, I think, was doable. 90 might be really tight. I'll just give him a minute.
Could you do through a variance process with a good faith request to extend for 30 days if needed? Something like we did a little bit earlier.
Well, I think that what would happen is, I mean, these shot clocks are time periods which are presumed reasonable. So I don't think you need to address it in the code, Mayor, because frankly, what happens in practice, this has been the law for a number of years for wireless siting. If you were working diligently towards a decision and you weren't going to make 90 days, but you're going to, you needed 20 more days to do it, you'd probably sit down with the applicant and say, can we just agree we're going to extend this? We've got a variance hearing set on this particular date, and it's slightly outside of that 90-day window. And 99 times out of 100, the applicant is going to say, sure, because if they don't like your decision and they want to fight you on it, then they have to sue you and say you're not acting within a reasonable period of time. And if you're only asking for 20 or 30 days extra, you're going to have a decision made before they ever get the case in front of a judge.
So essentially the language that's proposed should be sufficient.
It should be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Counselor Able, we're okay with that. Is there a second there?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, Madam Clerk.
Hall,
Aye.
Able,
Aye.
Vincent,
Aye.
Gutwein,
No.
Bieda,
Aye.
Skilling,
Aye.
Springsteen,
No.
Franks,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
LeBure,
No.
Harrison.
Yes.
Motion passes 8 ayes, 3 nays, nays being Gutwein, Springsteen, and LeBure.
Thank you. All right, Ken, these next ones look like a cleanup from you.
Actually, not all of them. Let me just.
Just A and B. I think C, there's a comment from Counselor Able, but I think A, WCF subject to this subsection looks like you.
Yeah, that's a cleanup. That's a cleanup in A, and let's see the next one. Yeah, that's just a correction.
Okay, just in A and B, right? C is separate.
A. Yes.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, can we get a motion on A and B, or just so moved on A and B?
Moved on A and B.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Any discussion on A or B? Madam Clerk?
Hall,
Aye.
Able,
Aye.
Vincent,
Aye.
Gutwein,
Aye.
Bieda,
Aye.
Skilling,
Aye.
Springsteen,
No.
Franks,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
LeBure,
Aye.
Harrison.
Aye.
Motion passes 10-1, nay being Springsteen.
Okay. And then for C, Counselor Able, and then Mr. Fellman, looks like you two went back and forth a little bit.
Okay. On C, let's see. A lot of our larger properties, it's 175 feet or more from the right of way to the residence. This seems to me to exclude any distance beyond 100 feet. So for sites within 175 feet, I think, or any site, facilities over 30 feet in height should have a minimum setback from all adjacent residential property lines of 1 foot for every 30 feet. And just strike that within 100 feet of residential use.
All right, that might work. What I was getting at here was if everything in 3 is for sites outside of the right of way. So when I look at C, and actually A, B, and C, to the extent that it's impacting residential uses, we're looking at a residential use on one side of the street and some kind of commercial use that would allow a wireless site on the other side of the street. So under A, it's the setback for the principal building within that zoning district. So let's say you're in a commercial zoning district on this side of the street, whatever the setback is. But if that site on the commercial zone side of the street is within 100 feet of residential uses, and if the site they're proposing is over 30 feet in height, regardless of whether that principal building setback is under A, you've got to be at least 1 foot for every foot in height to the residential property line. So,
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. I will withdraw my concern.
fair enough.
Okay.
So Mayor, I would suggest, now that this was the end of the code, this is actually the section 1710.5 standards of approval. If the council, I'm still recommending from a legal standpoint, you don't do this. But if council does want to do it, you could create a new standard of approval here that basically says for any site that is approved, here's what kind of RF testing the city is going to require. So my point is, if you do it, this is the section where you put it.
And the other thing that we need to place was Mayor Pro Tem's added language about the certification. Wasn't there another one that you said that you'd need to place?
I thought that was the same issue.
Oh, I hear what
I
you're
believe
saying.
you're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, we're talking about the same thing. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to dig into that?
Yeah, so earlier in the night, we had adopted the language that said we would require the periodic letters or confirmation that it remains in compliance. And we were going to move that somewhere. So if that's going to move, that's the one that needs to go in now. This does reference back to the definition. So I think Mr. Fellman had typed it into there to the end of that definition.
Yes.
So we would just copy and paste that. And if it's going to go here, then I suppose it would go here. That's just a matter of placement. We had talked earlier about perhaps adopting some of these amendments, and in the interest of time and deferring to our staff on this, that we could approve certain amendments and then they place them within the ordinance later, because I don't think that it matters to council where our rules go within this 24-page document, so long as they go in there somewhere. So I think that maybe at the end of this document, if we're at that point, maybe this is the time that we have a parking lot of all of our amendments that need to find a home in here somewhere, starting with the amendment we already adopted regarding we may require periodic testing in the future. I think we could start there, and then, I know I have at least, well, not at least, I have two. Councilor Franks and I had two other amendments we were proposing, and so maybe we just use this end part if council is up for it. We just put the adopted amendments here and then have staff go back and put them in the appropriate places. That's what I would suggest.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, please, if you want to go with your amendments.
Yes, I have two that were emailed to staff some time ago, but also emailed to council. There was the language about residential preference, and that was the preferred. It reads, and all of council has this and staff has this. It reads preferred locations to the maximum extent feasible in all zoning districts. The preference of this ordinance shall be that WCFs be located on main corridors and arterials and not on residential streets unless necessary for network operations. That was one of them, and that again was sent to everybody. And then the other amendment, we've heard a little bit about it tonight. but to have, given the pending litigation that Mr. Fellman is intimately aware of and the ever-changing landscape in this field, I think it would be appropriate that we put in here the council will have a look back on this in a year and see where we're at, or within a year, however you want to structure that. But that we do commit to at least coming back to it to see if lessons learned, updates on litigation outcomes, that sort of thing. But I think that that would be helpful. And those are the two that Councilor Franks and I had we had submitted.
So, so for the first one, so moved on that one, sir.
Wait, Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Question of clarification, because I think you want to make it even narrower than what Councilmember Skilling I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Skilling and Councilmember Franks proposed. Instead of saying all WCFs, keep in mind, the way the code is written now, we don't allow towers in the rights of way. We allow the small cell facilities that are defined in state law in the rights of way, but anything bigger than that is just a no-no in the rights of way. So instead of saying all WCFs, I think you want to say small cell facilities in the rights of way be located on main corridors and arterials and not on residential streets, because you don't want to give the impression that the bigger macro sites are somehow allowed in the streets.
Okay. And again, I think this was one of those, we seem to have a preference towards Fort Collins tonight, but this was something that they had in their code in that section with the 600 feet, their version of the design standards. So this was their language. We weren't trying to reinvent the wheel on it. So.
Right. I hear you. I think this is it's better because it's more limiting and it narrows the kind of facilities that Lakewood will allow in the streets under any circumstance.
So you're saying that this would be better for the residential streets than doing it the way that you are proposing?
Right. It would be better for the residential streets and even the arterial and larger streets, because again, we don't want 80-foot towers in the rights of way. Right. Small cell facilities, the state says we have to put them there. All right, we'll deal with that. But of those, then we don't want them on residential streets to the maximum extent feasible. So it's basically the Fort Collins language, just changing that terminology to small cell facilities instead of WCFs.
Okay, and I see you've made that change in the red line there, so that's fine. I would go with that change that you made to read the small cell facilities.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Cox.
Just a very brief comment. As we consider this motion, I would ask if the specific terminology regarding the types of streets be left for staff to fill as appropriate. Reference to arterials, reference to main corridors. There are collector streets. There are several different categories, and I want to make sure we're getting them right. So we have the opportunity to confer with the engineers, traffic engineers, and make sure we get the language right. That shouldn't affect the validity of the motion.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, it doesn't matter to me as long as the intent is that if they can conduct their network operations and do it efficient, do what we've said in here, which is network operations, that those facilities, small cell facilities, be outside of the residential areas. That's really the core of that. That's the intent of that. What types of streets that it lines up outside of residential is not of consequence to this particular motion. So I
heard a couple of different versions of it where some of the terms were used and other terms were not. And then if we need to reference those streets, we want to make sure we get them right. So we may not have to do that at all.
I might make one other clarifying point, and at risk of extending out what I think we all understand, we're referencing zoning and then we're referencing street type. And those are not necessarily the same thing. So perhaps on residential streets or residential zoning districts and
Well,
non-residential zoning districts.
not on streets in residential zones. How about that?
That may be closer, but it's another example of we can get the language right as long as we understand the intent, and we just may need to look this up to make sure we get the terminology correct.
I do think it's worth getting council direction or at least discretion on that, because there's a very big difference between street types and zoning. And I know this council has gotten into the minutia of different zoning districts.
Yeah, we should clear that up.
Yes.
I've got my hand raised.
Yeah. Councilor Vincent.
Yeah, I've got some concerns about this language too, because in many sections of the city, we have collector streets, which have a mixture of residential and commercial and large lots. So we need something to, because I understand the intent behind this, but not all sections of the city are the same. We're very vastly different. And you could have arterials and other major collector streets, which are highly residential.
But I think when you look at it, though, it says this is the preference. So to the maximum extent feasible, we're going to try to keep these, out of the truly residential areas. That may not always be applicable.
I think from a practical standpoint, staff understands that, but we also need to be in a position that we can answer questions from a potential applicant of, hey, what does this specific street or zoning district mean for us? And I don't know that I would feel comfortable answering that question right now.
Yes, and if I may, we had a case recently, some of you may recall from the litigation summaries we provide, but there's a case recently where there's a prohibition against certain activity in residential zones. Then we adopted the mixed-use zone districts, which of course are partially residential, and a property located in a mixed-use zone district was found not to be subject to that restriction because it wasn't a residential zone, it was a mixed-use zone, and the regulation didn't specify. So that's a real-life example of how the terminology can vary, and we want to make sure we're capturing the intent of this change, whether it's to regulate residential zones, residential areas, zones containing residential uses. There are a number of ways to
or on residential streets. If you want to stay consistent with streets, we do have I believe a classification of street called residential, and one side of that street might be zoned residential, the other side might be zoned mixed use or something like that.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Goldstein, or Mr. Cox, either one, what would you recommend for the best?
I would recommend sticking with either streets or zoning districts, but not using both.
Okay. And Councilor Franks, you have your hand up, Ish.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to say, certainly we're open to hearing all this. That's why we submitted it days ago, was because if there was some suggestions, would have been nice to consider those. So certainly very open to that, but we missed the original deadline, but certainly submitted this. So you're saying what would be the exact wording changes then, since we didn't get that earlier?
Or even, and I apologize, it didn't strike me until just now that we were talking about two separate things, zoning districts and street type. I guess in my mind, I was always thinking street type until I read zoning districts. So if you want us to put residential streets, then that's pretty clear. We just have to make sure that those street classifications are available to potential applicants. If you want to use zoning districts, that would be fine as well. I know that's available to potential applicants. That just might mean that a tower goes across the street from a residential area. And of course, this is all to the extent possible. So it's not to say that towers won't go in residential areas anyways.
Right, it's a preference. Yeah, I think if the goal is to have the preference that they be away from residential uses, and I'm throwing another term in there, then it would be best to say something like streets in residential zone districts or residential streets, because you're going to have non-residential streets that have residences on them, and you're going to have residential streets that aren't residences entirely. So is it the use or is it the permitted uses that you go by? I think what you want is the use. You want to know that residential zones, as they're currently used, are not the preferred location. So I still think that if we all understand what the goal is, we can fine tune the language as needed and not change the intent. But look, you can see we're all struggling with trying to come up with the right combination of words on the fly here.
Councilor Franks, did you want to follow up on that? No, okay. So to this proposed, and there hasn't been a motion made, but I have Councilors Johnson, LeBeer, Harrison, and Vincent. Do you want to speak to this particular paragraph right here?
No, that's okay.
Councilor Vincent, paragraph. Councilor Vincent, paragraph.
That
Councilor.
mute button. Sorry. Yeah, I'm fine with staff coming back with a recommendation. I think we all know the intent. So as long as the language is the same, I'm fine with it.
Councilor Harrison. Councilor Harrison.
Sorry, I was busily telling you what I wanted and realized I was muted. Sorry. I think zoning districts is the magic language here, because I think that's probably exactly what everyone's thinking. If it's in a residential zone, then they don't want them there. If it's in a mixed use zone, maybe. So I'm thinking using the zoning, that'll probably get us what we need.
Councilor LeBeer, the paragraph.
No, mine's towards the look back.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Franks on this original. Do you have anything cleaned up or anything that can move us forward?
Well, I don't have any issue with us adopting the general language, and if it needs a slight tweak, if that's possible after the fact, I have no problem with that. It is true that we all know what we're talking about. It's we're trying to the extent possible, and to the extent that they can have normal operations, we would prefer these things to be not in front of houses, not in residential areas. So, you know, I don't know, we may fall victim to just over wordsmithing the thing to death, but then again, I do appreciate what Mr. Goldstein and Mr. Cox both said about this, and that, you know, we need to be careful with our words so that we can actually tell the applicants where they can and can't go. Whether that's zones or whether that's residential streets, I don't know necessarily the answer to that.
Mayor Pro Tem Skilling, I might have a proposition. If we changed self-facilities located, so it would read to the maximum extent feasible in all zone districts. The preference of this ordinance is that small self-facilities located be located in non-residential areas and not in residential areas. So essentially taking all reference to streets out, and then, or zone districts, maybe rather than areas, we say zone districts.
And piggybacking off that, I think if we said, again, you can delete streets and just say and not in any zone district where residential uses are permitted.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
There you go.
that
would do it.
Whether there's residential use there or not.
Yep.
And one other very minor point, and if we don't agree, that's fine, but we've used feasible in other locations, and we've used maximum extent possible in other locations. I don't think we've used maximum extent feasible, and I'd recommend for continuity's sake that we either say feasible there or we say the maximum extent possible.
I think we heard someone earlier say it's feasible is what they wanted to roll with, so.
Okay.
Whatever it is, let's just pick one of those two.
Yeah. Ken, if you want to pick one there. Yeah, there we go. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, and I still have a couple of hands up, so if you want to make that motion.
Well, yeah, I would move to adopt the proposed amendment regarding residential preference language as redlined.
Okay.
Second.
Okay.
Sorry.
So a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this? Madam Clerk?
Paul?
Aye.
Able?
Aye.
Vincent?
Aye.
Gutwein?
Aye.
Bieda?
Aye.
Skilling?
Aye.
Springsteen?
No.
Franks?
Aye.
Johnson?
Yes.
LeBeer?
Yes.
Harrison?
Aye.
Motion passes 10-1, nay being Springsteen.
Okay. And counselors, and this was actually one of Counselors Johnson's as well, Counselor Johnson, Skilling, and Franks with a look back within 1 year. Is that so moved? Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Counselor LeBeer, you had a discussion piece here.
Sure. Yeah, I was just going to say, I think we've done some similar things before. I generally like look backs, but I do think being that we've taken as long as we've taken to get to this point, I don't think it'd be prudent to plan on having another discussion about this without any specifics that are necessary. And all of us as members of council could easily introduce any type of changes if we feel as if that's necessary throughout the year. So I won't support a look back this particular time. Thanks.
Counselor Gutwein?
Thank you. I do also support lookbacks generally, and we've done these in the past. I also am a little concerned about this short time frame. We have a full agenda still that we want to get through. I know we'll all have additional goals moving forward next year. So I would like to see more of a, 3-year look back. So without a amendment to the amendment, I will not be supporting this.
Okay. Counselor Springsteen?
Well, as we've discussed over and over again, there's a bunch of legislation coming down the pike very shortly. And so state law could change, federal law could change. We got to look at it because it has to do with everybody's health.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second for a look back. Counselor Bieda, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. To add to this, this field seems to be moving very, very fast. I know that we have gotten a lot of information as this has been under advisement, under consideration of recent developments. I mean, for example, just last week, one of the counties in the state of Hawaii passed an ordinance or a resolution, I guess it was, basically putting everything on hold for a period of time, which goes against what we've been saying we could do or should do. And that was just one, and there was something similar on the East Coast. I don't remember where it was, but these are all within the last few weeks. And I think there's just a lot of information coming out, a lot of things changing. And so I think a 1 year look back makes sense for some of the reasons that have been stated, which are we've got a busy agenda. We're going to have a lot of other things that we're dealing with. We're behind the 8 ball on the COVID-19 and all of the stuff there. So we're going to be real busy, and it's going to be difficult to, if something develops, to address it right away. So I think a 1 year look back kind of makes sense to, if there are developments that we need to look at, that we have a point in time where we address them, fairly quickly. So I think it makes sense, and I'm going to be supporting it. Thanks.
Councilor Able?
Yes, I support the 1 year look back. As many lawsuits as are pending or threatened, trying to change some of the FCC edicts, I would hate to have to wait 3 years in order to start complying with less restrictive regulations that have been okayed by the court. 9 month look back might be better, but I'll go with the year and support it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Councilor Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I support a 1 year look back as well to see how things are trending. There's going to be a lot of information coming out regarding 5G, and we might want to make some very serious changes on this. And the information could possibly be speaking with, and it will likely be speaking with, health concerns and security breaches with these antennas, which for me is a significant issue. So I'm supporting the 1 year look back. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second on a 1 year look back. Madam Clerk?
Paul?
No.
Able?
Yes.
Vincent?
Yes.
Gutwein?
No.
Bieda?
Yes.
Skilling?
Yes.
Was that a yes? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Springsteen?
Yeah.
Franks?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
LeBure?
No.
Harrison?
Yes.
Motion passes, 8 ayes, 3 nays, nays being Paul, Gutwein, and LeBure.
Okay, council, what other amendments are out there? Councilor Able?
We discussed insurance at the previous meeting, and it was said that we couldn't impose insurance regulations on one utility provider in the right of way and not others. So I would suggest that our next order of business, perhaps not tonight, but our next order of business is to look at insurance for folks who in general do work in the right of way. And I think that Ms. Gutwein's motion about workers in the right of way could be addressed then. And I would hate to see her pull it all together, pull it off the table altogether. Also, I think we need to address the emissions testing question, which seems rather open-ended after our previous discussion. It's getting late. I would assume council does not want to take these topics up tonight. If they do, I'm more than willing to hash it out, but I would urge us to set our sights on looking at the insurance requirements for contractors working in the right of way and with facilities in the right of way that could fail later to damage property or person. Also, I think we need to look at the emissions testing ordinance that our or portion of the ordinance that Centennial has. By golly, if they can do it, we can do it. And with any of these things, apparently what I've heard is if we are found to be in violation of the FCC's rather straight-laced rules, then we suffer no monetary or other damage. We just have to grant the permit. So let's take a long, hard look at those two things. And I'm open for suggestions on when.
Councilor Gutwein?
Thank you for raising that issue, Counselor. I did receive, I asked for follow-up information regarding that, and there is an insurance requirement for anyone doing work in the right-of-way. I'm happy to send that information to all of council.
I'm not talking just about the work, but about the residual effects of that work. Damages that could occur years later. Right now, if the XL utility pole in my front yard falls and hits me on the noggin, I can sue. And they would probably beat me to the plate by offering a settlement. But I'm thinking we need insurance that is lasting there, not just for while they're working in the right of way, but what they leave in the right of way as well. The structures they build. Thank you.
Councilor Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, my suggestion is a little different. I'd like to see that we have some provision in there to notify the surrounding neighborhood that this pole is going to go up. That's actually just good business practice. Nobody likes to see a crew show up and start putting up something. It helps to have better relations with our community, and we need to have mandatory notification for the folks where this could possibly happen. Hopefully we can keep them out of the residential neighborhoods, but there might be some times when it actually happens, God forbid. Thank you.
Yep. And Councilor Johnson, to that point, I do believe that is a required, and it's in our zoning ordinance. Mr. Goldstein, I think, or Mr. Fellman can maybe add to that.
Good. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Yep. Councilor Springsteen, then Councilor Bieda.
Yeah, just a couple suggestions. We voted down the 1,200 feet, but maybe look at some other spacing between poles, like 1,000 feet, like they did in Fort Collins. Setbacks from property lines of residences at least 250 feet, and towers to be located on major streets in arterial and not in residential areas. That's it.
Okay, so are those motions that you want to make this evening?
So
You can look up that one.
is that what some of the previous people did, is make actual motions on?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so could you help me with what your motion is, please?
I make a motion to put spacing between poles of at least 1,000 feet. A motion to have setbacks from property lines of residences of 250 feet. And a motion to have towers be located on major streets, not in residential areas.
Okay, so we'll take those one at a time.
Mayor, I'm sorry, this is Ken Feldman. I only heard the first one. I didn't hear the second two.
Okay. Yeah, Counselor Springsteen, your audio is not, it's kind of cutting in and out a little bit.
So the first one was spacing of 1,000 feet. The second was setbacks from property lines of 250 feet.
What property lines of 200?
Residential property lines.
I didn't hear that.
Residential property line setbacks of 250 feet.
And then towers to be located on major streets and arterials and not in residential areas.
Which I think is similar to what Counselor Franks and Mayor Pro Tem Skilling just passed. But we'll take them one at a time. So a motion to put spacing between poles of at least 1,000 feet. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion is second. Any discussion?
I have
Counselor
a
Bieda?
question of clarification.
Yes.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Are we talking about standalone poles? Or are we talking about any pole like a street light?
Counselor Springsteen?
Well, anything that has an antenna on it. So
Okay, as I noted to the council earlier, that's fine if you want to do that. It may cause a total number of increases in poles if you're not able to use streetlights on a street where, say, you've got two streetlights that are 400 feet apart.
I guess I don't quite understand. So
just for further clarification, if one of the policy goals is to minimize pole clutter and the use of new poles, then the other side of that coin is to encourage these sites where they're needed to go on existing poles. So if you have existing streetlight poles that might be 400 feet apart or 600 feet apart or even 800 feet apart, but you're saying you can't use them, then you're discouraging the use of existing vertical infrastructure. And the other side of that coin is then you're forcing some of these companies to have to look to put up new standalone poles that have nothing on them but wireless facilities, because they're not able to use existing streetlights or existing traffic signals or existing utility poles that might already be on a street.
well, I guess I think of it in terms of as long as they're 1,000 feet from another pole they're using. It's okay if they use existing poles. It's just that the antenna be 1,000 feet apart.
You want total spacing of 1,000 feet.
Yeah, I understand that. And again, I know we've said this before, but I'll just point it out in connection with this motion. It's going to create at least questions from folks who are trying to cite these things. Do we require existing streetlights to be 1,000 feet apart? And do we require existing Comcast poles or CenturyLink poles to be 1,000 feet apart? And if the answer is no, and I think the answer is no, then you at least create more room for a legal challenge.
I think that's okay. That's what they did in Fort Collins.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk?
Paul,
No.
Able,
Yes.
Vincent,
No.
Gutwein,
No.
Bieda,
Aye.
Skilling,
No.
Springsteen,
Yes.
Franks,
No.
Johnson, Counselor Johnson,
My apologies. Yes.
LeBure,
No.
Harrison.
No.
Motion fails 4-7. Noes being Paul, Vincent, Gutwein, Skilling, Franks, LeBure, and Harrison.
And the property line setback one of 250 feet, I think we touched on this earlier. Is there a second on the residential property line setback of 250? Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, again, can I ask for a question or clarification? If you just look on the top of the page here, which is where we discussed it, the language here deals with facilities that are not in the right of way. Can I ask if this motion is for setbacks for all facilities except those in the rights of way?
Sure. Councilor Springsteen, do you want to?
Can you clarify, you're saying,
I'm asking if the motion is for all facilities except those that are in the rights of way, which is what the language is, or at least what the application is in paragraph 3 on top of this page. And the reason I ask, I'm not trying to play hide the ball here. For a facility that's in the right of way, I think you would have a hard time finding any place in the right of way where you could put a pole that was 250 feet away from the residential property line boundary.
I guess I'm saying all facilities. So.
Okay. So is there any more discussion? Madam Clerk?
Paul,
No.
Able. Counselor Able,
Sorry, yes.
Vincent,
I'm sorry, no.
Gutwein,
No.
Bieda,
No.
Skilling,
No.
Springsteen,
Yeah.
Franks,
No.
Johnson,
No.
LeBure,
No.
Harrison.
No.
Motion fails. 2 ayes, 9 nays. Nays being Paul, Vincent, Gutwein, Bieda, Skilling, Franks, Johnson, LeBure, and Harrison.
And then the last amendment would be no towers or towers in the streets not in residential areas, which if you look above Councilor Springsteen, that's Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Franks did the residential preference language. To the extent feasible in all zoning districts, the preference of the ordinance is that small cell facilities be located in non-residential areas and not in areas which residential uses are permitted unless necessary for network operations. Does that fulfill what you're getting at, or do you want something different?
Well, it partially fulfills it, but I think that other language had left too many outs. So I was proposing a little more stringent language, I guess.
Okay. And so do you mean all facilities or WCFs in streets, not in residential areas, or do you have a little clarity for that?
All facilities.
Okay. Mr. Fellman, did you catch that, all facilities?
I'm not sure. Are we saying that there's a prohibition of any wireless facilities in residential areas? Is that what I'm hearing?
I was talking about tower facilities.
Okay, well, we already have the code already provides, not only can you not put towers in residential streets, you can't put towers in any other kind of streets. You can put small cell facilities there, but you can't put towers there. I'm concerned that what is being proposed is to say, oh, it is okay to put a 100-foot tower in the streets just as long as they're not in residential streets. So I guess I need some clarification on that.
Well, no, I guess I'm talking about small cell facilities too.
Well,
I mean, the broadband people just wanted us to keep the facilities out of residential areas as much as possible. So.
Okay, so I think what the intent is pretty much to say small cell facilities are not allowed in residential areas. I think that's what I'm hearing.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, okay. And my legal advice to you now, and now we're not talking about RF or federal law. We have a state statute that said small cell facilities are a use by right in every zoning district. So that's as pretty conflicting to a dictate of a state statute as I think you can get. But if that's, that it's fine to make the motion. I just want to point that out for the council.
Do you want to continue with that change, Councilor Springsteen?
I mean, they would still be allowed on major arterials, just not on residential streets. So, yeah.
Already done that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've already done it.
Okay.
It's done.
If you feel like that's complete enough, but I
Yes.
just feel like it didn't completely address it. So
I
motion, that's fine. I withdraw it.
okay. So Councilor Vincent, your hand is up.
Yes, it was just a point of clarification. We have residential property line setbacks, fails 2 to 10. It should be 2 to 9.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless we picked up somebody.
Are there any other amendments that council would like to bring forth tonight? All right. Seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem Skilling, will you make a motion, please? Hold on, Councilor Johnson, your hand is up. Do you have a amendment?
I don't have an amendment. I just wanted to say a few words before my final vote. Thank you.
Yep. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2020-1 as amended on second and final reading.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilor Johnson.
Thank you. Well, actually, I'd like to thank everyone tonight because thousands of hours have gone into getting us here. It's been good work and it's been a heavy lift. Cell towers aren't my strength, and frankly, I've struggled with this ordinance. But I'd like to say a few words about the process that finally got us to where we are tonight. Far ahead of November 2019, city staff was knowledgeable and working with the telecom industry to update our ordinance. And at that time, AT&T had a seat at the table for the drafting of a likely updated ordinance. This has been the perception publicly of collusion. Unfortunately, there were some campaign donations that I think have really muddied the water as well. And it's been very disappointing, the amount where it came from. This last February, a 5G ordinance appeared on our agenda for a vote. Unfortunately, our citizens, indeed City Council, we were left out of the drafting process until we were given a final product to vote on. Since February, Lakewood citizens have been fighting to be part of this process and their concerns taken into consideration. We as a council, a body politic, are put into the position of being judges. We have heard emotional and compelling input from all sides. Good people have seen this differently, but the number of concerned people have far outnumbered the other voices. We have heard passionate pleas by people. What if, just what if, the numerous global concerns, in addition to the hundreds of Lakewood residents who have brought up health concerns and maybe even more important, cybersecurity, what if their concerns are proven right in the end and we didn't listen? Globally, this technology has not truly proven to be safe. As a nurse, the Hippocratic Oath is a personal for me. It's very simple. You do no harm. I have found in public policy is always honorable and correct to err on the side of being conservative regarding drafting policy. But you need to do that while listening to more learned people. Once language is in law, it takes years to reverse direction and only gets changed after heartbreak. I'm grateful that we're going to have a year look back, but sometimes that doesn't always go too smoothly. We must listen to the people. Their concerns are real. And if we do not draft this ordinance in a sensitive way to their real issues, there is the potential of life-threatening health issues and information security breaches, both of which are unconscionable. You know, we never really went down this road, but we can do as Hawaii did very recently, and that is to adopt a resolution simply stating telecommunication companies and public utilities need to halt 5G development until independent research and testing concludes it is safe for humans. This process has been long, and if we have not achieved a product that in 10 years will show no harm, we need to take pause. I don't think I'll be supporting it because I'm not sure that that's actually what we've ended up with. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Gutwein.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank staff and all of our legal counsel for the many hours that you've provided guidance to us. I feel that we've been very well informed and advised throughout this entire process. And I really appreciate the level of expertise. And then I would just like to offer an alternate perspective. I actually think that it's incredibly important to place weight on scientific expert opinion, and organizations like World Health Organization, et cetera. I think that we've seen some pretty serious impacts of treating opinion the same as fact.
Okay. Councilor LeBeer.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I didn't prepare a statement, but I just want to make a few comments. Really surrounding my sort of frustrations with this process. I think as Councilor Gutwein alluded to, the World Health Organization Agency for Research on Cancer classified radio frequencies as 2B, which is the same likelihood of cancerous classification as pickled vegetables and coffee. So my concerns aren't really around the health thing. They really are around the aesthetics. And I think even that, I know for a fact we didn't get that perfect. But just a little bit more on the health thing before I move on. The gigahertz that a phone will use, even accumulated for these 5G towers, depending on the band, is anywhere from 6 gigahertz to 20 something gigahertz or so. Just for some perspective, visible light that is absorbed into your eye that allows you to see colors is 430,000 gigahertz to 750,000 gigahertz. And just beyond that is ultraviolet light, which is why you get a sunburn when you're sitting at the beach, because you have a little bit more ionizing light that's starting to become ionized, but we have protections against that. It's called sunblock. So that has been my main concern. My main concern has really been around the aesthetics, and no doubt we didn't get this right right now. We never do, and we never will get it right the first time around. But I think everybody knows that each counselor has the opportunity to submit changes as needed, and where we can, improve, we certainly should. And I know we'll find errors down the road. But I just wanted to bring that up. And as far as the process goes on how we get to this point, there's no doubt that council has a lot of processes that don't work very well. My frustrations really around this are that we've spent so much time on this when there are growing and pressing issues all around the city, whether it's budget issues, whether it's the homeless issues, whether it's the hotel motel issues that a lot of my constituents have brought up, which, by the way, we did a 3-year look back on, even though we had a murder recently as about 6 months ago in one of those. So that's where my focus is going to continue to be, but I'm certainly open to helping make changes on this issue because I know they'll continue to come up as things come along. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Skilling.
So I have the criticism that some staff did not.
So you're cutting in and out, I think.
Or adequate availability. Well, maybe, is that better?
You might have to turn your picture off.
Oh, anymore? Fine. I'll turn the picture off. All right. Is that better?
Yeah, sir.
All right. I'll make it quick. I'll talk really fast. I think that all of us are always available for emails. We're always available for meetings. We're meeting with people all the way up until a few hours before this meeting just to hear their voices. This process, I think, has been extraordinary, as Mr. LeBure said, in the amount of effort that we put into this. Any assertion or any accusation that staff somehow was in the pocket of injury folks, maybe I'm just getting burned out of being called corrupt over and over and over and over again, sometimes in veiled terms, sometimes in not so veiled terms. So maybe I'm getting worn out with that. The staff did a great job. Ben, I think, took some criticism he certainly did not deserve, and I think he's done an outstanding job on it. We've gotten legal counsel from Mr. Fellman. He's done a great job. All of this council did a great job with their amendments and reading through everything. I just really caution where this is heading. It seems like every single issue we have, it's not about just, our difference of opinions. It just somehow devolves into, well, you have this position, so you must be in X pocket, or you must be whatever it is. We can disagree, but I don't think this process certainly was the result of anyone being excluded, and it wasn't the result of anybody being corrupt in this. So yeah, maybe I'm just getting worn out of it. So for that, I apologize, but I just wanted to say that I think this was a good process all around. So congratulations to everybody for getting the motion done. I know we haven't voted on it, I suppose, but I think this was a long night. I appreciated Ms. Springsteen or Councilor Springsteen's 10 o'clock thing. That was actually a rule. We all decided, I think I was trying to spearhead that to cut these out. And maybe we got lulled into this because we're all sitting at home, some of us at the office. So, but I do appreciate that. I just think that it was appropriate to get this done because this ordinance we passed is unquestionably better than the ones that's on the books right now. Unquestionably, it's better. Is it the best? Could it be better? Maybe, yeah, sure. We always try, as Mr. LeBure said, we're not going to get it perfect, but it is unquestionably better than the one that's on the books now. With that, I'm done.
Thank you. Councilor Springsteen?
One, I just had a question on, I thought at the end that we would have a vote on the overall ordinance, so that's just a question. But secondly, I just, we're going to have different views about what the danger or health implications or aesthetic implications are of all of this. But I think it's a little bit, I don't think any of us can say for sure what those effects are. And so I just don't think that we should be discounting that it could be a real problem down the road for people health-wise. But also just, I think from a perspective point of view, looking at how citizens feel so disregarded and tossed aside all the time, if we could just start from the point of, this is an important ordinance for citizens. We're going to include them from the very start. Boy, I think we could avoid a lot of problems down the road. So it's just a word of caution. Thanks.
Okay, anybody else? So I'll just echo a lot of what was said and certainly thank Mr. Goldstein, Mr. Cox, Mr. Feldman. You all did an incredible job and took a lot of arrows and unfortunately some personal arrows that I don't think were quite merited. So I appreciate the advice that you were able to give us. This is ordinance 2020-1 and it's 3 or 4 days before August. So I'm glad that we have been able to get to this point, and certainly has been divisive, but it's also important to remember that we represent almost 160,000 people in this community. And so, we've heard from a small group of concerned folks who in some ways felt that their voices weren't heard, but there's a lot of amendments and there's a lot of texture to this ordinance that came directly from them and from their group as well as others. So I don't think you can ever be dismissive of anyone or even the silent folks out there who expect us to come to work and do our job and be elected representatives for them. So this will be big. We'll move forward. As other council members said, we have a lot of issues. We have crumbling infrastructure. We have a 13% deficit in our budget, which is about $17 million. We have kids that are hungry and we have folks that are homeless. So I hope that we can come together to really look at these next couple of years, because as you're starting to see with unemployment, other things starting to happen and going forward, that fortunately it's going to be challenging. So this will be a nice check and hopefully we can get back to representing and working with the citizens. So with that, please cast your votes, Madam Clerk.
Paul?
Aye.
Able? Councilor Able?
Aye.
Vincent?
Someone keeps muting me, Mayor.
Vincent?
Aye.
Gutwein?
What are you talking about?
Aye.
Bieda?
Aye.
Springsteen?
No.
Gilling?
Aye.
Franks,
Aye.
Johnson,
No.
LeBure,
Aye.
Harrison.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 ayes, 2 nays, nays being Springsteen and Johnson.
Okay. Counselor Able, your hand is up.
I just wanted to say that the mayor mentioned personal shots and such. The only personal shot I heard was just that, the mayor's accusation that we were throwing around personal shots. We could avoid that kind of thing on this council, I believe, and have a lot more unity without the friction. Thank you.
Will the clerk please read item 12 into the record?
Item 12, continued resolution 2020-9, establishing certain fees for placement of wireless carrier or small cell facilities within the city of Lakewood public way.
Okay, I'll now open the public hearing on resolution 2020-9. If you wish to weigh in, phone number is 346-248-7799. Web ID is 932-2383-4664. Please press pound and then the webinar ID and then pound *9 to speak. Madam Clerk, anybody in the queue?
There is no one in the queue.
All right, well, we'll wait a couple seconds just to see.
Okay.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, can I get a motion?
I move for the adoption of resolution 2020-9.
Second.
All right.
Mayor Paul, may I make a comment?
Oh, yes. Ms. Heim, please. I'm sorry I didn't have you on my sheet as that. So yes, please.
I just have one comment. The resolution before you was prepared several months ago, and the fees that were calculated were actually calculated more than a year ago. And we are suggesting that City Council make an amendment to the resolution to change the fees to $575 for use of or placing a new pole or replacement pole, and $290 for use of an existing pole. And then one other amendment, the resolution says the fees will become effective March 1st. We would suggest that that be changed to becoming effective when this resolution is adopted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I need to go back to my packet. For some reason, I was not prepared for those 3 amendments tonight. Somebody else is more prepared and wants to make a motion. I'm happy for that. So you're going from $380 a pole to $700 to $575,
That's correct.
and then $190 to what?
To $290.
And the effective date of today.
When the resolution is effective.
Yeah. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to make those amendments and then we will?
Yeah, I can do that. I'd propose that we change the minimum fee fee that's in the resolution under section 1, change it from $380 to $575 for the place or replace the pole, and then increase the fee from $190 to $290 for the use of existing pole to install.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. I can see everybody, so please cast your votes. So that passes 10 ayes, 1 nay, the nay being Counselor Springsteen. Mayor Pro Tem?
So is that as to the amendment? So I need to reread the whole thing? I think there might have been a second. Can we?
Yeah, you need to take the 190 up to 290.
No, I just did that. That was just done. We just voted on that. We voted on the 2 price increases as a single amendment.
Effective date.
Sorry, the effective date.
Ah, the effective date.
Well, actually, I don't think we need to change. Do we? It
I think
doesn't.
it says effective. I think we could say on section 1. So here's what I would do. I propose that we amend section 1 to make the effective date the date that this resolution is adopted.
Second.
Any discussion?
Had to get the lights.
Please cast your votes. Ten 11 ayes, 0 nays. All right, the final one.
So the final one would be the overall motion.
Yeah.
So it would be, I move for the adoption of resolution 2020-9 as amended.
Second.
Motion a second. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Okay, and that passes 10 ayes, 1 nay. The nay being Counselor Springsteen. Ms. Hine, thank you. Thanks for hanging out with us. And I apologize, I wasn't prepared for those, but it certainly was in the packet. So that was my fault. But we appreciate you being here with us tonight. So, okay. Anything under general business? Council reports, Ward 1.
Thank you. Yes, Ward 1 will be having our Ward 1 meeting this Saturday. And it will be a point-counterpoint presentation regarding marijuana. We'll have 2 speakers, Dr. Ken Finn and also Peter Wall. It will be something that you'll want to attend. Everybody is welcome, and please join us. Thank you.
Councilor Able?
Show a little mercy and no comment.
Ward 2.
Yeah, Councilor LeBure, I was going to bring this up also, but could we get an update at some time on the hotel motel ordinance? There's been more than one murder and some issues that have happened. And I thought we were going to have a report after about a year with a look back with more statistics after 3. But I know it's been a big concern and people wonder where we're at with that.
Can I respond? Thank
Please.
you. I'm actually meeting with the CAT team and the chief tomorrow morning, this morning, and I'll make sure to find out where they are in that 1-year update.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
And I was just going to mention that we are planning on having a ward meeting this month. I think we have a little bit of confidence that we can do it safely. So thanks.
Ward 3.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just one quick announcement. The Food Bank of the Rockies will be distributing food baskets on Tuesday, August 4th. The distribution starts about 3 o'clock or as quick as they can get everything ready to go. The truck actually arrives at 1 o'clock. And this will occur at the usual place, which is the Phillips United Methodist Church over off on the corner there of Pierce and Florida. They are in desperate need of volunteers to help distribute and pack the boxes and direct traffic. It'll be a drive-up distribution, so people don't have to get out of the car, but they need volunteers. I'm going to be there. Good Lord willing, and the river don't rise, and I hope I see some of you else there volunteering as well. Thank you.
Councilor Springsteen.
Yes, so I'm continuing in my efforts to get the use of ketamine and other chemical restraints in the pendency of other law enforcement encounters stopped in the state of Colorado. I've had several conversations with the grassroots law people, and today I spoke with Representative Leslie Herod about potential legislation along these lines or assistance in reaching the governor and the attorney general. She is going to speak with the grassroots law project people with me in the coming week. I've also spoken with Northern Colorado Public Radio, with Fox 31, who is doing some really good pieces about the fact that the Association of Anesthesiologists has now come out and said that the use of ketamine is extremely dangerous, and they do not agree with it. In the city of Aurora, the city council there has hired an independent investigator from outside the state, from the Justice Department, to look into the excessive use of force and the use of ketamine on Elijah McClain, which is really something I think we should consider as a city council. I think that, you know, all of you have stayed silent on this issue now for a long time since I've been bringing it up. And we've seen a lot that has happened in the city of Aurora because of the death of McClain. And we know this is an issue in Lakewood. We know that people are getting ketamine at least once a week in Lakewood. We cannot say that that has nothing to do with our city, that it's just West Metro. And, you know, I mean, we can continue to bury our heads in the sand on this issue, but it's a national, it's an international issue. We need to stop it. So I ask for your support. Thanks.
Ward 4.
I'll just be brief. I was remiss. I forgot to thank the public for everyone that stayed tuned with us all night tonight and all morning. So thank you for all that. Thank you for all the comments throughout. Mr. Cox, I apologize. It was only Mr. Fellman that was on my screen for the legal team. So you also contributed a lot to not only tonight, but in answering questions prior. Mr. Rice for hanging out. Ms. Hines, certainly for hanging out. Ms. Millard, as always, thank you. And to Ms. Salazar and everyone at Channel 8, thank you. This was a long one. And thank you again to my fellow counselors. I appreciated everyone working through it. And I thought it was a really good and productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 5.
Thank you. We will be having a ward meeting at our regularly scheduled time. We are working out some of the technical details of how to best host that meeting, but we'll be doing a council update and just providing some up-to-date information about all the issues that we've been working on and things going on in the city. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilor Bieda, you must have forgot something.
Just a question. Did we set a new record?
I don't think we did.
Oh,
honestly, I don't think we did. Which isn't.
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to make one quick comment.
I admire the fact that we're all very strong personality and go out and do a lot of work with a lot of different things. One thing that I want us all to remember, there are times when we're representing us personally and an issue, and then there are other times when we're representing the city council. Be very, very clear when you're out in public about who are you representing when you make statements, because I think we all might have differences of opinions on certain topics. So let's be really careful about that and not make statements to the press or other places where all of us would end up having to back that up. So I would just ask that we be careful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Vincent, your hand went back up.
Yes, it did. I'm sorry. And I was going to say earlier, I didn't know we'd go quite on this long, but if to Councilor Harrison's point, policy 6.1 is very good about giving us all our parameters on what we do as counselors and how we treat each other and what we came up with on how we talk to staff and to others. So I just recommend that maybe everybody wants to go back and address that again. It's a great policy, and maybe we all need to become grounded in it again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I would just reiterate that census, please reach out to your folks at your ward meetings and your different networks. I think we're still hovering around 72 or 73%. I think Arvada is at 80. And Jefferson County is actually pretty good in the metro, but this is really important. I think as we get closer towards the end, we'll probably have some opportunity for volunteers to go out and do some knocking and just trying to reach people. So incredibly important. You are seeing our numbers go up. You're probably going to see different things through the health department, and just encourage you to stay in tune, and especially as things change for kids going back to school, and looking at our faith-based partners to maybe help, and any partnerships we can have to help parents who are going to have to work or potentially have to choose to stay home with their kids if school can't happen. So there's all these variables, and it's just not going to be easy or fun for so many people going forward. And so let's keep that in mind. And it is the dog days of summer, so it's hot, and certainly tempers can flare, and there's not a lot of things to do for a lot of people. So the more we can try to understand and be kind, that's fantastic. So that's all I have. And again, I want to reiterate my thanks to staff, and certainly not a bone of contention saying that you've taken some arrows, just a certain fact that you have, and we've all witnessed it. So enjoy your early morning. And Miss Hodson, I don't know if you have anything else.
No, thank you.
Millard. Okay, so we will adjourn on Tuesday, the 28th at 1:45 a.m. Thank you.